Good morning. Good morning. Hope you guys are well. Contractual said, "Have you seen the video I sent you on Twitter?" Uh, I don't know. I've seen a lot of videos today, so I have to go look. Which one did you? What do you mean that you sent me on Twitter? Which? This is under. Let me see. Nah, I don't know. I don't know if I did, man. What's going on? Banks and Barks and fan. Hey, what's going on, Barbara D? Andy Gill. 9 Mile Player. What's up, man? Said Fanon, I've been listening to you. Since you never showed your face black screen, I've never meant disrespect. 9 Mile Players. Did I say that you were being disrespectful? I'm driving. My words got jumbled. Oh, okay. What's up, Terrell? What up? What up, T Orlando? Out here doing commercials. You got shot. Oh, yeah, I got Shaki in the rematch this weekend. I forgot it was taking place. What's going on, Soap Studios? What's up, everybody? Let me say what's up to everybody, man. What's up to everybody? Man, let me tell you, man. You guys got to stop, bro. Okay? You guys got to stop, man. You guys are out here looking. I used to care that you guys look bad. I used to have like real concern because I was like, man, maybe I used to think for a long time that you guys didn't know what you were doing. I used to think like, no, these are really good people. These are good guys. And, they just a little bit, in love with a particular fighter. They get, you get next to a particular fighter and, hey, man, you're going to ride for your guy. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Control. I saw that. I saw that. I can't remember what the specific topic was, but I did see it. Yes, sir. What's going on, Brian Lane? But look, you guys are not that. I'm telling you, you guys are not that. I know that you're not that now. Because for years, I would not listen to what a lot of people said because I didn't want to know whether or not what people were saying about you was true or not. Like, have you ever noticed, you ever had like a friend and people tell you something about your friend and you just, your friend's kind of funny business, but it's your friend. So you're like, yeah, that's my friend, but he's funny business, but that's my friend. Right? So you kind of ride with your friend. That's kind of the person that I am. I'm not going to be the type of person that if you're my friend and you did something that's wrong or you're doing something that's wrong, then I'm going to jump. I'm not the type of guy that's going to jump, that's going to jump on a soapbox and tell the entire world that I think you're wrong. What I'm going to do is I'm going to basically just kind of chill out, let you talk. I'm going to act like I don't see it. I don't hear it. Because the relationship that I have with a person, aside from a particular topic, you know what I mean? Like, me and my brother disagree about politics. We disagree about things. But at the end of the day, he literally is my brother. So even though we may disagree about business or we may disagree about politics or we disagree about whatever, at the end of the day, him and I got to sit down. What's up, DJOC, in the place to be? Parlor of East Wheaton. Make sure you guys go subscribe to the Parlor of East Wheaton at mixcloud.com/POEW for the best old school Dusty's house music. Boom, you're ever going to want. But thank you, bro. What's up, DJOC? I mean, my guy, DJOC. So, like, DJOC is like that, too. DJOC's been my dude. Seriously, he's been my dude since days of Under Rules. So, that's my guy. So, it don't matter whether or not my guy, DJOC, agrees with something I say or not. DJOC is my guy. You know what I mean? DJOC was with me when we was on the north side of Chicago getting jumped by vice lords. Because that light-skinned ass dude, because they thought y'all light-skinned Negroes was Latin kings. We've been cool since days of running around the north side of Chicago trying to duck them boys. You know what I'm saying? We've been days since then. We know what it is. We've been in battle together, dog. We've been in legit battle together. Man, that shit was scary. Man, that shit was freaky and scary, bro. But they thought they jumped us because they thought me they thought me, Nev, and they thought me, Nevin, and BB. They thought me, Nevin, and BB were Puerto Rican. So them dudes is like, they thought y'all was some Latin kings running around there, bro, because we had them goddamn espadrilles and all that shit on. We was dressed like some Puerto Ricans is what it was. We was dressed like some 1980 Puerto Ricans, bro. So them dudes thought they were, yeah, that was wild. But look, man, now listen, Hector, I got to say this before I start going, bro, because Manager Marty is correct. I got to tell you, Manager Marty is correct, bro. You guys, dog, man, I listened to some good live streams, bro. Manager Marty's been having some terrific live streams. And then I was listening to Manager Marty. I was listening to KO Boxing, and I listened to their whole shows, bro. I don't feel alone, man. I do not feel alone. I used to feel real alone. Like there's nobody that sees this dumb shit going on, and it just keeps piling up. So I listened to one thing that and I'm telling you guys, go subscribe to Manager Marty, bro. He really can teach you a lot of good lessons. You know what I mean? He teaches a lot of good lessons. Right? If you are like an introductory or a casual boxing fan or something like that, and you want to understand like some things, how they operate in the sport of boxing, Manager Marty is really good at that. MJ told you, you are not alone. Nah, I was alone like a champ, bro. You better believe I was alone like a champ. During the Gary Russell Jr. time, it was 1 on a million, bro. It was 1 on a million. I was K Solo from what I know, K Solo. And even the people that agreed with me were too like, oh no, we can't do that. We don't want to be out there. We don't want to say anything about it. Even they didn't want to do it. T. Orlando said, I'm here for you. Thank you, T. Orlando. But anyway, thank you. You're so sensitive. You're so sweet, T. Orlando. Pause, Midtown Atlanta style. But no, for real, let me just be as honest as I can, because honestly, man, I got shamed a little bit by Manager Marty, because Manager Marty said, he was like, look, man, if you're going to say something, you got to put names on it. So that way, nobody thinks that a bunch of people are insulting a bunch of other people. And I think that's fair. I really think that's fair. And because I've had people make videos about me for a long time, and I don't really have a problem if somebody makes a video about me or disagrees with me, as long as you are actually saying what I said, and what I said is actually what what you're arguing about is actually what I said. Doesn't bother me too much. I kind of got used to it. So anyway, so I'm listening to these conversations yesterday about money. There was a live stream. BFTB did a live stream. He did a live stream. I think it was, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but it was something about Tank Davis's money looking funny. And then I also listened to Blue Blood, good channel all the time, really is, very talented dude. Listen to him, and I heard him talk about Gervonta Davis not having a contract, and how do we know that he actually has this contract with Amazon Prime? And I listened to a lot of other people talking about pretty much saying that Al Haymon, we don't know whether or not Al Haymon is going to put on the fight. And I listened to KO Boxing. KO Boxing pretty much beat everybody up yesterday. It was pretty much an ass whooping, bloody ass whooping last night over on his channel, because I listened to him the entire time, bro. So that's what I'm saying. I don't feel I'm not alone, bro. I can just be cool and chill, because those dudes are killing y'all. I'm telling you, KO Boxing's killing you. Killing you. With facts on facts on facts on facts on facts. Let me tell you something. KO Boxing said yesterday, shout out to KO Boxing. KO Boxing said yesterday, as far as that, he said, man, all these, his inside sources say all these contracts are already signed. Lamont Roach, who gave an interview yesterday, he gave an interview on a small channel that I haven't done listening to the whole interview, but Lamont Roach is telling you that over the course of 3 years how this fight got made. How over the course of 3 years this fight got made. How basically he explains, without saying it, that Gervonta Davis, they have fights for him. And if they cannot find a particular fight for that date, if it doesn't work out, then they've got a guy that they're going to go to. And basically that Lamont Roach was the option after Hector Garcia last time. When he fought Hector Garcia, he tried to get in a quick fight because he was trying to get the big fight with Ryan Garcia. So Gervonta fought Hector Garcia, real quick because he wanted to get a fight in. And he then went right back in April. I think he fought in December, then in April. So pretty much this is not the first time that if he was trying to make a fight that it didn't work, he couldn't get a big fight that he wanted, it didn't work out, that he had a plan B, which is somebody that is from the PBC. Al Haymon already had him lined up and already pretty much had the deals done. So now I know how Al Haymon works. Dude, Al Haymon is going to work out deals for 3 or 4 fighters just in case they don't work. Like, okay, we're going for this guy, but hey, man, if this doesn't work, are you interested? And just to let you know, these 2 guys are in front of you, but as a third option, are you interested? January and April, thank you, brother. That's how he works. He has his options. So, dude, let's talk about the idea that we don't know if Gervonta Davis has a contract with Amazon Prime or not. Yes, we do. He fought on Amazon Prime. We know that he has a deal with Amazon Prime. You know why? Because he fought on Amazon Prime. He fought on Amazon Prime against Frank Martin. And they said they made a ton of money. The reason that you know that he has the multi-fight deal is because they said it related to the Frank Martin fight. That this was the first fight of many fight deals. And they said that this deal, they wanted him, that they were going to have this fight, then they wanted this guy, then they were going to run these 3 or 4 guys off. And people said, well, we didn't see any announcement of this deal. Yes, you did. Javante Davis announced the deal. But contingency agreements. Yeah. They got contingency agreements laid out. So if you don't go, they don't have to go from person to person to person. They can lay out all the agreements in a row. All of the fighters they know where they are in order for the Gervonta Davis sweepstakes. Man, Lamont Roach literally called it the Gervonta Davis sweepstakes. We know where we are in line to get this fight with this guy because he's the biggest money in the all-around boxing. So they got contingency agreements in place with fighters in case one falls out. But you know that. That's why they immediately knew that when Keith Thurman fell out, then Sebastian Fedora was on the card to replace him. See, the funny thing is that when you pay attention to how boxing works, you'll know that these guys all basically fight on the same schedules. They have entire undercards where they have more than one fight option for a fighter. It's amazing how crazy you all are. How in the world is Gervonta Davis's money funny? How is his money funny? Now you know you don't believe that. See, this is why I'm telling you I've made a shift. BFTB does not believe that. I don't believe he believes that. I believe that's something that is good to say and can work for an argument, but I don't honestly believe that he believes that Gervonta Davis's money is funny. Because Gervonta Davis, the fight before last, had $1 million pay-per-view fight with a $22 million gate, of which he got the majority. And there's no reason to believe that he doesn't have a new contract with Amazon Prime because he already fought there. How do you get Tank over on that network if you've not signed him? Now, I also have to remind you that the same people said that Gervonta Davis same group of people said that Gervonta may not even go to Amazon Prime because of what? I could have sworn, I could be wrong, but I think Blue Blood and those guys said that Jaron Ennis was signed, Jaron Ennis was signed to Steven Espinoza, and that Gervonta Davis, because Gervonta Davis knew that he had multiple offers, that one of those offers were from Steven Espinoza, and that Steven Espinoza may take him away from the PBC. So these are just extensions of the same arguments that have been going on for a long time. And they all pretty much start from the basic fundamental premise that Devin Haney is right and Gervonta Davis is wrong. And Devin Haney is right because Devin Haney is Devin Haney, and Gervonta Davis is wrong because Gervonta Davis is Gervonta Davis. Because in no other world could you think that Devin Haney was the face of boxing. Now, you may make an argument that you think he's the face of boxing because you could say, hey, Fanon talks about him a lot. Fanon talks about him a lot. You talk about him a lot. We talk about him a lot. Doesn't that make him the face of boxing? No, it doesn't, because really not a lot of people talk about him. I don't think that there's a lot of people in Mexico talking about talking about Devin. I don't think that there's a lot of people in Japan wondering when Devin's coming to Japan. I really don't. I don't really hear a lot of real people interested in the heavyweight division really talking about Devin. The times people talk about Devin and the times people talk about Tio and the time people talk about 135 or Shakur is because of Gervonta. The same reason that people talk about David Benavidez, same reason that people talk about David Morrell, same reason that people talk about Dimitri Bivol, same reason that they talk about Jamal Charlo, all around Canelo Alvarez. That's how it works. When you get Anthony Joshua in the heavyweight division, then people start talking about Deontay Wilder, Joseph Parker, and the rest of the heavyweights in that division. That's when people start talking about specific groups of fighters. When there's a big name fighter there that they want to see him fight. Okay, so Gervonta, money is fine. And there's no real reason to doubt it. Other than the fact that you say, what? That he was offered $3 million or $13 million for a fight. Now I have to go to KO Boxing. I have to go to KO Boxing. I have to do it. I don't usually do this. I don't do it because I don't need to do it. But every once in a while, somebody will say something where I'm like, you know what? I have to acknowledge that. I have to acknowledge that observation as a very keen observation that I did not make. But so let me tell you what he said, and I'm telling you, go watch his video, go listen to him say it. The way that he proved, this is KO Boxing. I'm telling you, KO Boxing did this to Blue Blood. I'm telling you, Manager Marty shamed me, and I got nothing but respect for everybody. I just don't want anybody to be confused because we'll be talking about around this all day. KO Boxing said, how do you know what the reason for the delay is if you didn't know there was a delay in the first place? So KO very brilliantly said, and I mean this very brilliantly, very logically, very clean, very hard to argue with, said, when I get information from an inside source, first thing they do is tell me what happened. And then after they tell me what happened, they tell me why it happened. I'm telling you, this is a keen observation. And this is something I did not make. And it is something that is can tell you for sure. I've been searching for this. I'm telling you, I've been searching for this. Because sometimes I can't put my finger on exactly what the fuck it is. But KO Boxing put his finger right on the pulse of it. He got the gravitas of it. There's no fucking way you could be telling the truth. I mean, it's like that to the point. It's that precise. I love it. And I very rarely use other people's thoughts. I'm using this one because I don't feel like reinventing it. So he says, as a matter of process, that you're going to tell somebody what happened, then you're going to tell them why it happened. Hey, man, your dog got hit by a car. Why? How did that happen? Oh, the front door was unlocked and he chased a squirrel. Now, if you don't know that your dog got hit by a car, your dog is missing, and then somebody says, oh, your dog got hit. And then you say, and you never even knew your dog got hit. You say, oh, it's because the door was open and he chased a rabbit. Well, hold on. You couldn't possibly have known that because you didn't even know the dog got hit. How could you know that the door was open and the dog chased the rabbit into the street and then that's why the dog got hit by the car? If you didn't know the dog got hit by the car. No, you're making that shit up. You're just trying to make me seem like you're basically giving me an explanation for why it happened that makes you look like you knew what was going on. But the fact of the matter is you couldn't have known what was going on, or you would have been the first person to say the dog got hit by a car. You waited till 15 other people said that the dog got hit by the car before you gave an explanation for why the dog got hit by the car. because your inside sources told you how the dog got hit by the car, but your inside sources didn't tell you that your dog got hit. Okay? That is precise logic. That is crystal clear logic from KO Boxing. So don't have no problem with me. Have problem with him. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at Manager Marty. Because I'm just in the audience, bro. I've told you, like I said, I don't even feel like I got to argue with y'all no more. Y'all are dead in the water. I'm telling you, bro, it's on autopilot. That shit's on autopilot with y'all. KO is frying y'all something nasty yesterday. It's just only a matter of time until more people know who he is. So you better fucking well believe I'm telling y'all to go watch KO Boxing because I'm tired of working so fucking hard. And that dude has got fresh energy. That dude got fresh mind. He's got more patience than me. He knows how to do it. He does his job. He's out there specifically. And Manager Marty are out there specifically making a living, busting you niggas for lying. So I don't want to do that no more. But I'm going to tell you, you all are not telling the truth. And whoever is supporting you, you guys need to start telling the truth. Because Fanon is out. I'm out. I'm going to say what I think. But, bro, I don't know you nothing. I don't know them nothing. And if somebody tells me something, if somebody makes a good argument, I'm going to say the names. I'm going to tell you what I think. Because Manager Marty's right. Y'all be hiding, but y'all get to hiding behind stuff, man. Hiding behind who you talking about. Are you dissing Fanon? Are you dissing Manager Marty? Or are you want to diss everybody, but nobody at the same time. I agree. Manager Marty beat me in that. Hey, it's not a debate. He absolutely convinced me in his last thing that he was right. Just like when people say, show your face. Because I listen to Blue Blood, and I respect Blue Blood. Got a lot of respect for Blue Blood. Blue Blood said anybody who wanted to challenge him need to show his face. That's fair. If you want to get on there, you want to challenge, show your face. That's real. But guess what? If you're going to criticize other people, you got to say the names. That's the same thing. If you're going to criticize somebody, say the name. So that person, number one, can get the credit because obviously you're watching them. I watch Manager Marty. I'll tell you in a minute. I do. He's one of the very few people I can palate. Even if I disagree with him, I always watch him. KO Boxing, I watch him every day, not the whole show, because I want to jump in and I want to interrupt them. And I can't do that because I have a different way about going about things than KO. I got to make sure I shut up, leave KO alone, and let KO go through his whole process so I can watch his whole process. I love watching KO's whole process, not any particular argument. But I'm telling you, that young man is talented. I'm telling you guys, that man is talented. And at what he knows and what he does, he's going to fry you, bro. Because that guy is detailed to the nth degree. See, me, I'm a generalist, bro. Like I already told you, I don't even want to expose y'all. I don't even want to fuck with y'all, really. I just want to, honestly, I just want to talk about crazy shit nobody else talks about. I want to talk about God, boxing, psychology, all that shit. I don't want to be nagging back and forth about dumb shit like, is Gervonta Davis going broke? Boy, you guys call me a broke 60-year-old man all the time. You broke ass 60-year-old man, broke ass nigga. Devin got more money than you, nigga. Okay, Devin got more money than me, maybe. And dog, I'm telling you, maybe. I don't know. You say you do. I don't know. I don't do stacks. I do statements. That's what this cornball ass do. Let me tell you something. Can I tell you cornball nigga something? Okay. I'm going to show you something right here. Worth more than 100 stacks. More than 100 stacks. This is worth more than 100 stacks. That's worth more than 100 stacks, baby. That right there is worth more than 100 stacks. You want to know why? That's worth more than 100 stacks. See, you niggas is dumb. You young, I'm telling you, I'm almost volunteering today. You niggas is dumb. You don't think like KO thinks. That's why you're going to lose to him. So I'm telling you right now, you need to change to honesty. Your policy should shift to, how can I be the most effective person in representing Devin Haney and making sure that Devin Haney is seen in a positive light amongst boxing fans? You have to immediately shift to start telling the truth, because KO Boxing is going to get you. Dude, KO Boxing was setting traps for dudes. So I actually felt old listening to KO Boxing. I'm going to tell you, bro, I felt old. Because I was like, damn, I'm not going to work that fucking hard to be having all those facts lined up. You're not going to be able to ask me the name of a particular fighter and me run down 7 of these dudes that he just fought. No, my lazy old ass is going to go be like, hold on, man. Okay, he fought. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to read it up. I'm not going to have that in my head. That dude has it in his head. I'm telling you right now, bro, you're going to get fried, bro. That dude's channel is already outgrown y'all. Telling you, I'm telling you, Manager Marty too. Dude, Manager Marty can actually give you, and see, I want to say something else too. Like Manager Marty and Rachel Donaire. I have nothing to do with that. I like Manager Marty. I like Rachel Donaire. I know Manager Marty knows what he's talking about. I know Rachel knows what she's talking about. So to me, that's just two people that know what they're talking about, arguing with each other. And they got a little beef, but that's between them. Manager Marty, my man, 100 grand. Rachel Donaire. That's the honorable Nonito Donaire's wife and a Hall of Fame manager in her own right. So unlike y'all, I'm not about to sit up here and argue with these people that know more about me, because I'm not willing to lie. So let's get into this. Gervonta Davis is broke. Let's get into Bill Haney. Let's get into Bill Haney and how Bill Haney had an interview yesterday in which somebody else asked him, made the same arguments that I make, and only I make. Only I make the arguments that he made. Again, you know why I know it's my argument? Because when I present someone else's argument, I tell you whose argument it is. When I just made KO Boxing 86 TV's argument, I told you whose argument it was. It's not my argument. It's co-counsel's argument. Co-counsel, KO, what do you think? I think this. Okay, cool. KO got a great idea. Let's fry their ass off the fact that there's no way the Blue Blood could know that information. There's no way that he could know that. There's no way that he can know the beginning if he doesn't know the end. That is what KO's saying. There's no way that you know the end, the beginning, if you don't know the end. You didn't tell me the dog got hit by the car. So you did not know why it got hit by a car, because you didn't know that it got hit by the car. So you didn't know that Gervonta Davis's stuff was postponed, because you don't know why it was postponed, because you did not know that it was postponed. Do you understand how logically knife-ish that is? And how you cannot get around that at all? That is solid logic. You cannot know why a decision was made if you didn't know the decision was made. So, Blue Blood, my dude, put KO's name on it. And then rap with KO about it. Because, again, that's not my argument. But I'm telling y'all, bro, you guys are not going to tear Gervonta Davis down. I don't care. You guys can say what you want to say. You can be on Twitter mad at me. You can be like, Fanon is a dick rider. Fanon is this. Nah, bro. You dudes got an orchestrated attack on Gervonta that is very clear for everybody to see. And we are going to get paid by shutting you the fuck up. Easy. Not protecting him, but just letting guys like KO Boxing get an extra $100,000 a year, $200,000 a year by frying y'all asses for lying. I think that's a good job for KO. Go subscribe to KO. Let KO get that 100 grand. Let him get that 10 bands a year for putting out content, good-ass content with the truth that you can learn from. Because I learn when I listen to him. I get dumber when I listen to y'all. When I listen to Claymore Rain, it's a whole goddamn time. It's like, what the fuck did he just say? Then when I'm listening to Manager Marty, I'm like, what did he say? Let me shut up and listen. Oh, that's what he's saying. Oh, yeah, that's a great way to think about that. Yeah, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay, let me super chat Manager Marty $5 and say, hey, man, thanks. Because Manager Marty, I want to tell you, they are talking about you. In that video you did, they were talking about you. They weren't talking about me with whether or not snack program. Because Manager Marty, I never talk about snack, ever. So if anything I ever say, when I'm saying these dudes are talking about me, I'll tell you in a minute when they're not talking about me. I never say anything about VADA. VADA testing, VADA, none of that. No, not VADA. I never say anything about snack. Because I don't know anything about snack. Snack could be clean, snack could be dirt. I wouldn't know because I never paid attention to snack. Never. I pay attention to Victor Conti and VADA because snack, just like snack was with Balco, snack was never the story with Balco. Balco was the story. I will tell you, though, that what Manager Marty is saying is right. There's nobody talking about that topic that isn't dealing with something that Manager Marty has said. I agree with that. So it's really a nice community of boxing people to listen to. I'm telling you, if you pick the right people. If you pick the right people, you can learn a lot. If you pick the wrong people, bro, all you're going to do, you know that spam that hits your email? That shit that just be saying anything just so you to press it so that they can get your credit card number, and next time you know your computer's shutting down, whatever, those viruses, that's what that shit is. All that misinformation is nothing but virus. It's nothing but to tell you things so you will doubt Gervonta Davis somehow. How in the world can you get around to Gervonta Davis having money problems? There's nothing to suggest that he's got money problems. He's literally doing this. He's literally doing this to Turkey Al-Sheikh. Gervonta Davis ain't even thinking about Turkey Al-Sheikh. I'm telling you, everybody else, think about the attitude of Gervonta Davis and Turkey Al-Sheikh. Also, think about the attitude of Canelo with Turkey Al-Sheikh and Errol with Turkey Al-Sheikh. Errol's probably the best because nobody's even, because Errol ain't thinking nothing about it. Errol didn't care when Errol was talking about Terrence Crawford and guarantees and all that. The only thing you heard Errol Spence say about his money was, man, I was cool with what I was making. That's what he said. Errol was like, man, I don't know. He was like, man, the problem with the money is on Terrence's side. My money is good. Dude, Gervonta Davis is openly bragging about his money being super good. But somehow you guys get that he don't have no money. But again, we know that you don't believe that. Okay? We know that there's no logical reason for you to believe it. If you believe that Devin Haney, who got paid in net profit and is suing Oscar De La Hoya because he was not paid, if you believe that he does not have money problems, why in the Sam fuck would you think that Gervonta Davis does? Obviously, you wouldn't. So it's Mission Bill Haney. It's Mission Bill Haney. What does Bill and Devin want me to say? What argument do they want me to make? And how can we react to them? And how can we defend them? Which is why you saw my guy Punch Drunk Boxing doing my argument on someone else's channel. That was my argument that Bill wanted to debate with. Mine. One he would have never gotten out of with me, trust me. No way could you get out of that. Could you ask any of those questions with me? What are damages? I would say, Bill, you don't know what damages are. Because let's be clear. Oscar De La Hoya was never paid damages. He was never awarded damages. You were not awarded damages. Oscar was not awarded damages. Bill was not awarded damages. Neither one of them got damages. So when you ask the question to somebody, and you say, he had damages, so why not me? Well, guess what, Bill? He didn't get damages, and that's why you don't get damages. Because the New York State Athletic Commission did not give anyone damages. The only thing they did was suspend Ryan and penalize Ryan. They sanctioned Ryan, and they said Ryan could not benefit from that fight. Get him money back, Ryan. The order was not even for Golden Boy. The order was from Ryan to give the money back that he made to anybody. I'm telling you, if there was a sponsorship out there, he got to get the money back. Not just the Golden Boy. It was any money that he earned. He has to forfeit, and he has to verify that he forfeited it. So say there was some underwear sponsorship. Guess what? Those underwear people would have had to get their money back from Ryan. They're not doing damages either. They're just saying, hey, Ryan has to call them up and say, hey, underwear company, I have to give you your money back. I can't accept it. Why can't you accept it? I can't accept it because I popped for Ostarine, and then later they suspended me because I didn't let them know about the contaminated substances that I had. So even though I didn't do it, I did not intend to cheat. What basically happened was that I did take the supplements late in the process, and I didn't inform them. And they said, look, you don't even have to worry about arguing about all of that because we're going to suspend you for this anyway. You got two concurrent sentences. Now watch this, because guys don't really want to understand this shit. If you have, you know what the difference is between serving consecutive life sentences and concurrent life sentences? Can anybody tell me the difference between serving consecutive life sentences and concurrent life sentences? Big Dog Willie. Bill Haney said on Twitter that 95% of religious leaders and 99% of scientists of all different fields agree he's the most honest man in the world. Facts, double facts, triple facts. So, look. Hey, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? God, dog, because I had to get the support. Thank you for that support. Oh, so anyway, I'll figure out a way to get back. I'm sure Tank is getting paid well. My concern is just the number of PBC events. Let me tell you something, man. Why are you concerned about that? Oh, consecutive life sentences. Yeah, thank you. Consecutive life sentences. Consecutive life sentences mean that if I have the rest of my life and say for some reason I live forever, right? Or here you go. Let's not do life sentences. Let's say concurrent 50-year sentences. If you have concurrent 50-year sentences, that means you're serving time for both at the same time because you're serving them at the same time. It's called concurrent. Consecutive is when you have one and then you have the other. So that's the difference between something that is concurrent and something that is consecutive. Yeah, one after the other. I forgot why I was even doing that distinction, to tell you the truth, because I got sidetracked by my guy. Blue gave up Devin when he lost to Ryan until they claim no, that's not what they do. Bro, Contractual crew, you got to understand that's not how you do that. What you do is that you're gracious in your defeat for about 4 days. And after 4 or 5 days and everything kind of calms down, then you go right back at it. You have to understand consistency is king. Yeah, but I forgot why I was saying it. I kind of forgot my train of thought because I don't script things. But anyway, concern and consecutive, I know. All right, so anyway, we were talking about the Ryan Garcia and the penalties. That's what I meant. Okay, so if you have 2 charges that you get punished for concurrently, it doesn't matter which 50-year sentence you get because you're going to be there for 50 years. Okay? So if you have, say, for example, it's ninjas getting paid off net profit. Hell yeah, they are, like they crazy. I ain't trying to hear about nothing from nobody that didn't catch that one. Anyway, so basically what happened with Ryan's penalty was this. The New York State Athletic Commission said, we are going to punish you for one of 2 things, okay? Or we can penalize you for both. It doesn't matter. You're going to be suspended for a year. Listen to me, okay? The New York State Athletic Commission could tell Ryan, we have you for 2 violations. One violation is the Ostarine that was in your system. Once you let us know that you had where your contaminated substance was from, we noticed that you did not have that on the list of supplements that you were supposed to inform our doctors about. So, to tell you the truth, Uncle Dre, what you out? Hey, Uncle Dre's finest. Did I do something wrong? Oh, but I didn't do anything wrong. So this is what happened with Ryan. So they say to Ryan, Ryan, you can argue about whether or not this supplement was contaminated or not. That's fine. You can go through the whole thing. But guess what you're going to get? You're still going to get a year. Why? Because you're admitting that you violated this rule by telling me that you had that supplement. As soon as you told me the supplement at all, you're going to serve a suspension. So why don't we do this, Ryan? Why don't we just let the first one go? Because we don't care. We care that you're suspended. We don't have to fight whether or not it was contaminated or not. Okay, that can just go away. We don't have to. It will never be out there that you actually, admitted that you did it. But you're still going to send this. You're still going to serve the suspension. So, do you want to accept it now, or do you want to wait a year and just keep fighting and spending all this money for you just to wind up and have the same penalty? So Ryan Garcia, I assume, was an intelligent person, said, okay, well, if I violated a rule and the rule was that I didn't let you know what I took, that's right, I did do that. So, okay, I admit that I did that. Well, okay, since you admitted, you're going to get a year. So since you admitted that by giving us the supplements, then we're just going to let this other shit go so we can be done with this. Because there's no need to figure out whether or not you were contaminated or not. Because you're going to get the same suspension either way it goes. So guess what? Ryan Garcia never admitted, not one time, that he intentionally cheated. Even though you guys really want to use any word that he uses when he's joking or otherwise to say that he did. But again, this is not about being black or white or Mexican. This is not really about whether or not you support black men and whether or not you really care about this young black man. All that is a guilt trip by the organization formed by Bill Haney that have certain counter arguments that they make. Their counter arguments they have guilt trips they try to give you. They make up shit out of whole cloth when they need to. It's amazing. No, it's not amazing, actually. It's just very dishonest. I'm sure Tank is getting paid well. My concern is just with the number of PBC events because this year been really low. Let me tell you, what would you be concerned for? They're either going to fight or they're not. Let's not get trapped in the matrix, okay? I'm a boxing channel. I talk about fights every day. I want to know about fights going on. I talk about it all, right? Just like everybody else does. However, just because YouTube and Twitter operate at a lightning pace does not mean that the boxing world, the actual fighters, the people doing the work, that they work at a lightning pace. They don't. It's very easy for us to get up here, read an article, and inside of 15 minutes, we can have an opinion and we can determine that this fighter needs to fight this fighter. And then within 3 days, if it doesn't happen, we're calling them ducks. Right? Think about this. On Saturday, Shakur Stevenson could say this is a hypothetical. On Monday, Shakur Stevenson could say, I want to fight Andy Cruz. By Wednesday, if Andy Cruz does not say, I'm going to accept this fight, in the minds of some, Andy Cruz has already ducked Shakur Stevenson. Because you heard it 2 days ago, and now it's been a whole 48 hours of you waiting, and that's light speed in YouTube time, and they haven't gotten it done yet. I mean, what's wrong with the PBC that they won't tell me everything going on with their internal operations so that I can report it on YouTube so everybody can know what's going on in a minute-by-minute basis. The fact of the matter is it takes time to negotiate deals. It takes time for people to answer the phone. It takes time to get answers back from people. It takes time. When you only have one person involved, it's easy to get something done. When you have two people involved, it's easier. It gets a little bit more difficult when you have two people involved. And you guys act like boxers only have two people involved in making a fight. Gervonta Davis and Devin Haney. If they say they're going to fight, that fight is done. And it'll be done by Friday. It's Monday. Devin Haney says he wants a contract from Gervonta by Wednesday. No joke. This is some shit Bill would do. Bill would get up on a channel and say, I want to fight Gervonta Davis. We are demanding that he send us a contract by Friday if you want this smoke with the dream. Right? And it's Monday. Next Monday, if Gervonta Davis does not deliver him a contract and Bill Haney confirm it on the internet, Gervonta Davis is ducking. And that will be used as an example of Gervonta ducking for the next 5 years. Even though that's not a duck in any way, shape, or fashion. Just because Bill Haney said it doesn't mean that, number one, doesn't mean Gervonta Davis has to do it, nor does it mean that Gervonta Davis could do it in the time frame set by somebody that has no right to be laying out time schedules anyway. Think about what Bill Haney did with Ryan Garcia and the VADA test. That shit ain't nothing but a duck. That is nothing but setting up Ryan Garcia to look like he's ducking. Use your brain for a second. Ryan Garcia is currently suspended from all boxing-related activities by the New York State Athletic Commission, and everybody knows it. The ruling from the New York State Athletic Commission says that before Ryan Garcia is able to be reinstated and have his license reinstated, he has to pass a physical and mental exam. And then he can fight again. He is suspended. Bill Haney is actually asking a suspended fighter to start boxing-related activities again. He's asking him to fights. He's asking him to take tests. Bill, I do believe the order says that you are suspended for boxing-related activities. That is broader than just fighting. Boxing-related activities could be determined as in setting up a fight, negotiating a fight, agreeing to a fight, training for a fight. If the New York State Athletic Commission finds out that Ryan already picked an opponent, started VADA testing, had negotiated his money, if he had done any of that, the New York State Athletic Commission could say you're in violation of your suspension because you were supposed to suspend all your boxing-related activities. Now, I know you guys are not lawyers and you're not accountants because you don't even know what net profit means. But you also don't know what boxing-related activities mean. If it is related to boxing, you can't do it. If it is something that you're doing, an activity. What's an activity? Man, anything's an activity. Giving interviews for a boxing fight, that's activity. If he's getting a paycheck on DAZN and sitting there calling fights, that's activity related to boxing. That's if he's hiring sparring partners and working, that's related to boxing. It just depends on what those guys are going to determine. So he shouldn't be in the gym. It depends on whether or not it is a boxing-related activity. That is a broad term. So he may say, no, I'm just working out. I'm just doing this for my general physical health. They would be okay with that. You know why? Because it's not training probably not, because it's actually related. I don't know. But yeah, an official training camp and negotiating a professional fight when you're unlicensed, you're an unlicensed fighter signing up for VADA as an unlicensed fighter. How can you sign up for VADA testing and you're an unlicensed fighter? No, what I'm telling you is I don't know the answer to it. I know that what they're saying about it is nowhere near that straightforward. Uncanny, Mavic, Marvel, absolutely. The Haney'S are so irrelevant. You still, I see you still exposing them. Thanks for none. Look, I'm not exposing them. I'm not exposing the Haney'S, dude. I'm tired of this. I'm not doing this cloak and dagger stuff anymore. I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing any more cloak and dagger stuff where it's like, well, I don't really want to. Nah. You guys are thriving under that. You're thriving under that. There's no way that you guys actually believe that Devin Haney, Gervonta Davis is suffering from money when all of us have decent livings and more than likely none of us are making the money he makes. You've never heard Gervonta Davis say anything about his money. Never. But the same people were telling you that Floyd was going broke, right? Hey, man, thank you to everybody that support. Hey, look, no joke. The only way we're able to do this channel is with super chats and cash apps. So thank you guys very much. I do appreciate it. I got to put the shameless plug in because Big Dog Willie is the sole supporter of the chat. But I do appreciate very much you guys supporting. I would like to do a numbers analysis, though. You guys are hurting really bad, too. You guys are out there hurting really bad. I think you're getting replaced, personally. Didn't Ryan Garcia verbally agree to fight with Rayo on a video link? Nobody is going to get. Did he do anything or did he talk? Yeah, I'll fight you when I'm off suspension. That's not, come on, man. Anyway, you can argue about what you want to argue. I'm telling you what the order said. There's no way in the world Ryan, first of all, that's only one reason why Ryan should not get involved in VADA testing when he's suspended from boxing-related activities. Number two is it costs $260,000 for the tests. Because over the course, it's $2,000 a test. It's $2,000 a test. So exactly why in the world would he be spending $2,000 a test when he's not even fighting? But yet you say he's ducking if he doesn't do it. Oh, Martin, no, I'm not telling you he doesn't need to get himself in trouble. I know he's not going to get in trouble with that. He has a lawyer, man. That lawyer told him what he can do and what he can't do. See, the thing is, when you get your suspension, he had a conversation with the lawyer that negotiated it, and the lawyer that negotiated told him what he can do and what he can't do. He will sit down with him and he will say, Ryan, these are the things, when they say boxing-related activities, these are the things that you can and you can't do. Now, if Ryan wants to do something and he's unsure, then he's got to call his lawyer and he says, hey, lawyer, can I do this? And the lawyer says, okay, let me ask the New York State Athletic Commission. Hey, New York State Athletic Commission, if Ryan does this, would this fall within boxing-related activities? And they will give that lawyer an answer. And it's yes or no. And if they say no, it doesn't fall within it, then the lawyer can tell him he's good to go. All you got to do is just check that. You don't have to sit and guess about it or be like, I wonder. See, that's Bill Haney's favorite technique. See, people have ghost accounts, and the one thing that I always know that Bill does, he likes to ask questions. Bill likes to ask questions. All of those questions take you way off the point. But he got a million questions. Let me ask you this. Nah, bro, let's not ask that. Let me explain to you that you do not get damages, Bill. This is from Martin Blackwell to Bill Haney. You can clip it and send it to his inbox. Bill, you will never get, you're not going to get, Oscar De La Hoya did not get damages from Ryan Garcia. That never happened. So you asking why did he get damages Why don't you get damages? Because he got damages. The answer is very simple. He didn't get damages. So if he didn't get damages, then you don't get a part of his damages because he didn't get any damages. What he got was not damages. So if you want a percentage of the damages that he got, you get 0 because he had 0 damages. Here's a link. Please debate me. Martin Richard said, thanks, Fanon. I'm just clarifying that my friend, okay, too many people jump on what they see. That's why I asked, love your show. Do you know what happened? What happening with the lawsuit? With the lawsuit, I don't know. I haven't seen an update on it, but it's just not. I don't think it's going anywhere. I don't think it's going anywhere. I just think these guys have just got that out there as a way to act because they want some leverage. Some leverage is better than no leverage. So they're trying to have some leverage, right? They manufactured some leverage. Bill Haney is actually a genius at manufacturing leverage. Oh, Jesus, he is actually. Man, he really is. Bill Haney is expert in that. In manufacturing. Man, what up, Greg? Man, what up, boy? Shout out to Philly in the building, man. Shout out to one of the best that do it on YouTube. I'm telling you, no joke. Shout out to Greg Hackett, Boxing TV. Make sure you guys go subscribe, bro. Seriously, inside that ring, that man knows what he's talking about. Is one of the best in the game. Far better than me. Would never argue with him about what that man knows. Shout out to you, big man. Shout out to you, big man. I don't want no hands with you neither. These cats got it twisted, bro. I know a dude with hands when I see a dude with hands, man. That shit was funny. So yeah, man. So there are no damages. I'm gonna explain this to everybody else. Please listen to me. Listen to me. Bill Haney is not he's incorrect when he says Oscar got damages. They say, you good with me, Unc? That's what's up, man. Shout out to you, Greg Hackett. Make sure y'all go subscribe, Greg Hackett, man. Seriously, man. He really knows his boxing, man. He be doing over there. And shout out to YSM Sports Media, too. Shout out to Coach Rell. Hey, man, he got the mitts, man. Shout out to Coach Rell, man. And my apologies for mispronouncing your name, bro. Seriously, man. Much love and respect to Coach Rell. I don't think he was happy. I think I mispronounced his name, and he was not happy with that. Trust me, brother. I'm so bad with names, brother. I'm so bad with names. I don't ever. What up, Singing OG? Man, this is the link for Singing OG right here, man. This link is only for OG. Was cooking last night, bro. I got you. Let me put this link. I'll get that super chat. Thank you. Andy Gill said, how about Bill saying Vada doesn't expose the amount? Yes, he does, because that's not true. Because Victor Conte knew it. Victor Conte knew exactly how much the amount was. He put it in a Nah, bro. I explained to them how to get the fucking cult following, but they specifically mastered manufacturing leverage. Because, dude, they don't got no fucking leverage with I'm telling you, Devin Haney has almost no leverage with Eddie Hearn at all. If Eddie Hearn wanted to bend that dude over, I'm telling you, man, it would be diddy, take that. Like, I'm telling you, man, diddy, take that. If Eddie wanted to, because Eddie could be just like, nah, I don't want to work with you no more, man. I'm out. That's all he got to do. If Eddie said, I don't want to work with you, that's out, dude. That's it. That's it. Because you ain't getting shit about a dog. Bill, you ain't getting shit off Top Rank. Top Rank didn't want to give you a fight to begin with. That's all Eddie got to do. All Eddie got to do is be like firm. Dude, I'm telling you, if Eddie jumps on the internet, I'm telling you right now, this is the day that Devin is in major fucking trouble. If Eddie Hearn jumps out there and says, I do not want to work with this kid anymore, you can stop any talk. I don't want to work with him. He was a humble kid. He was. What did Eddie say? It was like, this is a you was a humble kid. You was. He said he was a loyal kid. He was. He's a loyal kid. He was. I mean, he was a humble kid. He was. I don't like all this arrogance you're showing me. I don't like all this disrespect. How you gonna roll up on me in London and put me on the spot for not giving you a ticket when I don't even owe you a ticket? What up, man, to the great Greg Hackett in the building. What up, big man?
What's the deal for now? How you feel?
Man, I'm good, bro. Trying to catch up with you, man.
Yeah, all right. You got that motherfucking plaque back there. I'm trying to get one of them.
We gonna get you one, baby. We gonna get you one.
For sure.
So what's on your mind, man?
None. I was just listening in. I'm trying to, get educated. That's all.
All right, that's what's up, man. So who you got, man? What you think? I'll pick your brain, man. What you think of the Jack Control? What do you think Devin should do next with his career, man?
I mean, Devin, he definitely need a confidence booster. So Catterall would be perfect. What's the kid named Paro? Somebody like that. He needs somebody that's making waves. That kid Puello, the one that beat Gary Antoine. He need a name immediately. You know what I mean? He can't come back and just fight anybody. He needs somebody that got a little buzz going to where that way he can get his name back in the races.
Yes, sir. Hey, y'all. Hey, man. Somebody put the link to Greg's channel, and we got. Let me see how we got. We got 448 people on YouTube. We got like 112 on Twitter. If you guys do not follow Greg Hackett, man, can you put his link in the comment section, and then we're gonna do a running count and see how many people we can get to go over there and subscribe to Greg, because Greg be telling the truth too. He don't be bullshitting. He don't bullshit. He tells the truth. He tells it straight to the cuff, man. So you're not getting anything phony, man. Yeah. So what's your take on, man? What's your take on what's going on in the 140-pound division? Who you think the man is at 140, man? Like, how you think all of that'll pan out?
140 is wide open, man. Being honest, it's really not a guy that you could say after we thought it was. And I ain't gonna lie, I was high on Subriel Matias. I saw the momentum that he had, and then that got taken away from him. So it's up for grabs with me.
It's up for grabs.
Yeah.
You want to see Javante at 140?
I think the same way Boots will really earn his respect and impact at 54. I think Tank could do the same thing at 40. I think because people starting to really look into Tank record, and they coming up with all kinds of, he really ain't fight nobody threatening to him. In order for that to happen, I think 40 is where he make his name. It's not, it wouldn't. People try to say Tank is small, like he a midget or some shit. Tank about 5'6". He not a little guy.
Have you met Tank?
Yeah, he about the same height as me. I'm about 5'6". But that's because you taller than both of us.
Man, that little dude. No, because my mama 5'3".
I mean, this is my thing.
Okay, that's cool though. We won't disagree about that. That's cool. What you think? Let me tell you.
No,
tell me what you think.
I'm just saying, even if he was shorter, shit,
right.
Pitbull Cruz shorter than him, and he fighting at 40. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like people making it about height.
That's fair.
He can punch. He got a middleweight punch. You know what I mean?
Height don't fight. That's fair.
And when you got a middleweight punch, I think 40 is where we really could say, if he go to 40 and take over 40, that's where we really could say, all right, he got a Hall of Fame. Like, he really, you know what I mean? He really kicking ass. You know what I'm saying? But right now at 40, it's not one man you could call the best.
Yeah. What you think about Shakur and Tank?
I think that's the best fight, like, ability-wise, like, to see if Tank could really deal with that skill set. You know what I mean? We seen Tank up against some good skills, but not nothing elite. And I'm saying elite because we know Shakur. We know Shakur's elite skill set. You know what I mean? We know he gonna make it hard for you to do whatever it is you train to do. He's not gonna just give it to you. So I think that's one of the best fights around.
Yeah, I like it, man. I like it. That's kind of why I wanted him to stay at 135, because I just don't know. Well, I don't care. He goes up to 140. That's his decision. If he stays at 135, that's his decision. I'm not really tripping on either way that he goes. My thing about 135 though is just the thing about Lamont Roach and like the fact that, man, if you try to fight 3 dudes and you on your 4th and your 4th is a world champ, I mean, what else can you do? You know, that's kind of like saying nobody wants to fight Jaron at 147, but Teofimo Lopez comes up to 147 and says, okay, I want to run it. I want to run it with Jaron. Yeah. And was Jaron supposed to say no to Teofimo, even though he gonna mop Teofimo Lopez, right? Because he will mop. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can say you think differently. I don't think he would, but he'll mop Teofimo Lopez, right? Yeah. But Teo's still a champion, right?
Still championship caliber, yeah.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. Is
the reason not to cut you off, but the reason I was
you cut me off all the time, bro.
The reason I was going about the height thing though, Teofimo, right? Let's say Teofimo, he might not be the tallest 147, but if you see Teofimo in between fights, he looked like a running back. Like he got a big shoulders, big back. You know what I'm saying? He's not a little guy. He's little as far as height. But you know what I'm saying? But his mass, his body mass, he a big guy. You know what I mean? So
yeah, that's fair.
He can compete at 47. So I believe Tank could compete at 40. So you know what I mean? But they gonna make it hard for these guys because everybody running around talking business. Oh, it's about business. You know what I mean? So yeah, nobody on that legacy shit no more.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough, man. It's a tough situation, man. I just think everything runs so fast, like in the conversations, like. On Monday, somebody says something. By Wednesday, it's a big storm. But you know, because you fought. You know how long it actually takes. Even if everybody agrees, it takes a certain amount of time to even get to the agreement. You know what I mean? Before you get that bout agreement, before you know, okay, when you fighting, what date you fighting, where it's going to be, and you get through all of that stuff. Even after you agree, it's going to take a couple weeks to come to a decision and and work it out regardless. Yeah. So what I'm saying is you want what you almost always want. What I see always happening, as soon as something starts, it's like 5 minutes in, somebody's ducking. You know what I mean? Yeah. Even like when you look at the stuff that happened with like Jaron, and I'm guilty of this too, right? Where Jaron, but I'll try to come back and fix it. So when Eddie Hearn lost that purse bid for Jaron and Karen, it was like, man, what is he doing as far as this purse bid? Maybe he's trying to force him up to 154. But then somehow, I don't know the details of it, but obviously Eddie Hearn worked that out, and they wind up having it in Philly, you know, for the belt at the, you know, in that weight division. So I just think sometimes you gotta, you know, let people have time to work things out. Even like with the schedules of the PBC fights, that's a big shift to go from somewhere you've been for 15 years and to have, you know, all the production and all that stuff being done for you. But now you go to Amazon and you actually have to put together the production teams. You've got to schedule all that stuff. And like, I know you got a YouTube channel, right? So like, you know, the difficulty if you wanted to just change, you know, your camera, your setting, where you're going to be, right? Yeah. All of those little things, that takes time, man. It takes time to make those transitions. So I just think we put a lot of pressure, like as far as somebody that's a businessman, I think that the boxers, because I always try to stay away from the boxing, like not away from it, but like, I can't really be like, I can fight, but I'm not going to tell you what combinations you're going to run off. You know what I mean? Or whether your foot should be here or what you do specifically within boxing at a detailed level, like you'll do it or somebody else will do it. But with business, I know business. I know the law. I know business. You know, I'm telling you what people almost always miss is that when you only deal with one person, you can get a decision done real fast if there's only one person. Right. If you got 2 people, it takes longer. When you get 6 people, you think it would take 6 times as long, but it doesn't take 6 times as long. It really takes like 20 times as long. Because in this, I'm trying not to get too technical, but here's the thing. Every time you have more than one person involved, you have to take time for communication. Right. You have to take time for me. I want Greg to have the fight, right? So Greg says, yeah, let me talk to my manager about it. You go talk to your manager. Then your manager may be on vacation. Then your manager call you back 2 days later. Then you got some shit to do because you're training some fighters. And then you call me, but I'm not there. So then I got to call you maybe 2 days later. So it takes like a solid week for you to tell me what happened there. Right. And you know what I'm saying? And that's just when you add one person to it. Yep. But if you could just talk to me, we could get it done right there. Or if it's just me, I can get it done right away. So a lot of people don't understand that there was a book called The Mythical Man Month. And this is what is called the man month. Like if you have one worker that can do something in a month, that same thing can be done in a half a month if you have two people. But that's not true because, again, you have to have the coordination going on between the two people and the misunderstandings going on. So basically, I'm saying that your whole boxing team has to approve. You got to talk to your trainer. What do you think about this fight? Hey, what do you think? Talk to your manager. What do you think about this fight? The promoter, oh, we need a little bit more money. Can you go back and get that? Or I need a little bit of this. Can you go back and get that? And then they say to them, okay, yeah, but hold on, let me go ask them. So that's what I'm saying. People get framed for ducks and all this stuff when business increases the communication, the problems with communication, the more people are involved. Right. So I just think a lot of misunderstandings go on, and a lot of people on YouTube are just really quick to blast on people because business doesn't move at that pace. Because the internet, it moves fast. Go ahead, brother. I see you.
No, you dropped a lot of jewels, though. People need to really listen to what you just said. A lot of times, they quick to blame the fighter. But what Fanan just said, if it was up to just one man being the fighter, all they know how to do is say yes and fight. So, yeah, these fights would be easy to make, but because there's so much in between, like you said, with the TVs, with the TV, the companies, the production companies, you know what I mean, how they want to show it, when they want to show it, how much they want to put into promotion, how much, you know what I mean, pay-per-view, it's all types of stuff. So people had to understand that's why these fights are not happening, because it's a lot in between. You know, that's real.
Yeah, I mean, that is. I mean, that's the business side, because just between me and you and well, not between me and you, obviously a lot of people, but just like I'm talking to you, like people, when you have businesses, like that's a lot of businesses go broke because of this. Like, let me explain. Like you have like a small company, like you got a small, like 5 or 6 people work with you. You got a couple customers, and like you want to grow and say, man, I want to grow from doing like 100,000 to I want $100,000 a year. I want to grow to doing, 50 million a year. Well, the more people you hire, the more people you bring in, the more you need human resources, you need secretaries, you need computers, you need all kind of stuff to be able to what they call support your infrastructure, which is like why you as a trainer, like you can train maybe how many 2 people at a time, 3 people at a time. But if you were to get to 100, you're going to need you're going to need a station over there where somebody works, a station over there, a station over there, where 3 trainers are over there, 3 trainers over here, 3 trainers over here, and then you're trying to guide what these guys are doing. So your involvement, it creates more overhead, more communication the bigger you get. So you either have to, as a business, decide that you're going to be a small business or you're going to be a big business, but you got to get there fast. Otherwise, you'll go broke spending all the money you need to grow. Right. So just as a businessman, it's like business is business. Like business is business. It really is. It don't matter if you're in the street. It don't matter if you were in boxing match. It don't matter boxing. It don't matter if you're in corporate America. You still going to have some of the same things you got to deal with. You know what I mean? And for example, you're a subject matter expert. Like if me, like, for example, I won't get you in this, but like I read something was in Devin's contract where I was like, nah, dog, you shouldn't have had that shit in your contract. You know, you shouldn't have had that. You should have done that different. Now, if you would have read the same sentence, you might not have caught that, right? But if because that's not what you do. But if I was to say, oh, I think Gervonta Davis can only be great if he beats Jaron Ennis. I think you may find that, a problem with that. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Like we as boxing fans, like fans know what they want. Fighters know what to do. So you can't really second guess fighters on what they do in the ring. You can, I can't. But if fighters start second guessing, and I mean this for like all young boxers, you better find somebody with business knowledge that you trust. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody, it could be a local businessman in the town that you're in.
That's the big problem. You can't trust many people. You
can't, but see, I can tell you how you can get it done, though. This is how when you don't trust people, because you can't trust, but you know for sure that you're going to be good. If you're worried about your money from a manager, right? You have somebody audit your manager. That's it. You just have somebody that you know that you can pay. You don't even have to know them. You can be like, yeah, manager, you're handling my money. You're writing my checks. No worries. Hey, I got this guy. I need for you to show him all your books once a year. I need you to show him all your books every 6 months because he has to audit that and make sure that everything's good because I need to make sure that if the IRS calls me, that everything's paid.
Right.
So say, for example, if you were somebody like, you remember how Steve Harvey got caught out there where he had like his manager had like 6 checks that had never been paid? Like he was, basically Steve Harvey was letting his manager pay his taxes for him. So his manager would bring him a check to sign for his taxes, but then he would just take the check and he would just put it in his drawer and he would withdraw the cash and take the cash for himself. That's how Steve Harvey got ripped off. And boxers get ripped off like that too. But guess what happened? If you every 6 months go hire a CPA, a certified public accounting, even somebody like Manager Marty, I think he's a tax guy, but say somebody like Manager Marty and say he has a CPA and you say to Manager Marty, hey, I just need you to do one project for me. I need you to audit my manager. I need you to tell that manager on authority of me to give him every bit of bank paperwork, every contract, everything. And I need him to review all of that with you. And he's going to give me a report to tell me if there's anything that I should be concerned about. And I need you to respond to it. And we need it fixed. If you did that with your personal manager every 6 months for a year, then they would have a lot hard time stealing from you. And also, every 2 years, you change them. You flip them out completely. Like you have to say, hey, man, I know you've been managing me for 3 years. Hey, it's been really good. I'm telling you at the end of this year, we're switching. And you can and we can go back to working together maybe in a year. And you know why you do that? Because they start stealing, people start stealing from you when they get comfortable.
Yep.
When they slip it by you a couple times and it gets by, then they get greedier and greedier and greedier because you're giving 100% of your trust to that manager. Don't give 100% trust to the dude. You just make sure that you always have somebody to audit him, and then you audit your auditors, and you make sure your auditor doesn't have any connection. Now, and I know I'm blabbing on, but as a boxer, I wanted to explain this to you. Do you know the Muhammad Ali Act, right, where it says you cannot be a manager and a promoter?
Right.
That's the reason why.
Right.
A manager is somebody that is responsible for negotiating your deals with the promoter. But if they work for the promoter, then their interest really is to secure a better deal for the promoter at your expense because they're going to get several fighters from that same promoter. So they wrote the Ali Act to make sure that people knew that and to separate it. So the long and short of it is boxers know boxing. Some boxers know a good amount about business, but you always need somebody to know the business. But you also need people that know the business of the people that you trust, that are going to come in and double check them. Because they know you don't know shit. And when people know you don't know shit, like if you knew I don't know how to fight, you'd be a lot more froggy to whoop my ass for something. You know what I'm saying? Than if you knew I was going to pull something out. Yeah. So they will be a lot less likely to fuck. Let's take, for example, Jaron Ennis. If whoever his manager is audited every 6 months by a CPA, totally, and I'm telling you, get an old white woman from Wyoming. Fuck trusting somebody. You can get a CPA from Wyoming that's a Mormon that they don't know anything about, that will come in there, look at your books, squeaky fucking clean that shit, tell them, yeah, basically, let me tell you what your problems are. We're missing about $100,000 worth of money. And by the way, your taxes were not paid because I went to the IRS site and I saw that these money that you have here are not reflected over there. So you need to have that manager immediately tell you where your money is. But then again, she has to be the one asking your manager where the money is. That's what I mean. Like you need those professionals. And boxers, when I talk to lawyers that deal specifically with boxers, this is what they tell me. All boxing contracts are what you call contracts of adhesion that they ever dealt with. And a contract of adhesion is this. A contract of adhesion is where you have so much power, leverage over the person that you contract with that it basically becomes that you can do whatever you want to do. Yeah. So when a boxer says, okay, I'll sign X amount of dollars or X amount of money, and this is my minimums, and you have to work that shit to where you somehow get more of the responsibility with you, but all that comes with money. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You understand that. You got to put the money up. The more money you put up at the beginning, the more control you have at the beginning.
Right.
So is that helpful? I'm sorry, man. I know I.
No, listen, I saw, and I know this might not be relative to some people, but I saw years ago, I was in the courtroom and there was a lawyer named Lou Savino. He's famous in the city. A lot of people used him. He had like pull. He went in there and told the judge, like, I got another case downstairs. I got to go handle that. And he was like, all right, go ahead, Lou. And then it was like another lawyer that tried that, and he was like, well, no, you can't go nowhere. So it's like relationships and all of that shit. Like I understand, I do, I understand.
Yeah, yeah. Because that the reason he could do that is that's why you always hire a judge. This is just a piece of advice. When not people, man, I mess with Andre Ward sometimes because Andre Ward act like I didn't know something, dog. I know Andre Ward got screwed. This is why Andre Ward got screwed against Joe Goosen. You remember not Joe Goosen? What's the older Goosen's name?
Yeah,
Joe
his
Goosen's
name
brother, Dan Goosen.
Dan. Yeah.
Dan Goosen. All right. So, Dan, this is what happened. I read the court case, so I'm pretty sure I know what happened. All right. So, I see you, Christian Holder. All right. So, when Roy Jones had Square Ring, Roy Jones signed Andre Ward, along with the manager being James Prince. So, the original promotional company was Roy Jones Square Ring. Then Roy Jones Square Ring partnered with Goosen.
Right.
And then, so Goosen was then the promoter, a co-promoter. But then Roy wanted out. Roy wanted to go about doing whatever reason, Roy wanted to go out. And then James Prince wanted a promoter, a Houston promoter, to take the place of Roy. But Dan Goosen wasn't having it. So Dan Goosen, they had an issue with their contract. Dan Goosen there was a clause called, I don't know what it's called in his, but it's basically like you'll see something where it says jurisdiction or conflicts or what is it? Basically it's what happens when you what happens if there's a problem, who's going to judge this, right? So you can either go to the court. So you think you go to court, right? Like go to a court of law, like the state.
Yeah.
Nah, what Joe Goosen had was that they have to go to the California State Athletic Commission. So when Joe Goosen sent it to the California State Athletic Commission, Joe Goosen is a big promoter in California. For all you know, he might know every single solitary person on that.
He is the commission.
Yeah, there you go. So he is the commission. And guess what happens? It doesn't side with Andre. But how did Andre get out of it? Because eventually they were able to file to get that case moved to a federal court in Houston. So when they motioned to change venue, I think that's right, Tierlando changed venue. Then Dan Goosen dropped out because then they would have to look at the contract based on federal law and not the fact that you allowed the California State Athletic Commission to be the arbitrator of it.
Right.
So anyway, I just say all that stuff to say like it really is important. It's really important that you have very good people around you and you just double check the people around you, but you can't do it without them. You really can't.
But I got a question for you, right?
Yeah.
When a kid is from the hood and he already has trust issues, he's a great fighter. He put his trust into his trainers and maybe like a advisor. But then when it gets deeper, how do you think they handle that? Like to even, you know what I'm saying? Trust all these. It's a lot of people, bro.
Well, okay. So first of all, when you come in that scenario, that's always going to be trouble. So what I would tell a kid, when you're going into that scenario, you have to look at your bottom dollar. When you sign that first deal, the first deal you sign, you either going to be making money or you're going to go into debt. If you get a deal where they're saying, I'm going to pay everything for you, right, up until you become a champion, they are investing that money in you, which means you are borrowing that money from them. When you borrow that money from them, they're going to want their money back, but not just their money back. They're going to want increase on their money, right? So you have to understand what is in it for them, what is in it for you, and you got to have a way out. So the kid that you're like, if it was my son, every time I look at contracts, I immediately go to this. How do I get out of this? Like, that's the first thing I ask. If I'm gonna say like I buy a house, I'm like, how the fuck do I get out of this? If you know what I'm saying? Like if you go in a room with somebody and you like, you don't know dudes, you should be standing by the door because I don't know these dudes. So I'm gonna be by the door. I'm not standing all up in the back, up against the wall, surrounded by 8 people. I don't know these people. So what you do is you always make sure you're by the door. So you say, okay, Eddie, I want to sign with you, but how do I get out of this contract and how much is it going to cost me? And if you know how to get, if you know that, you should be good. But you just keep asking questions. The young man, you got to ask so many questions that you understand it, and you got to make them repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. And here's a way that you know somebody's lying. If you ask somebody the same question 11 times, you got to ask them 11 times. When you ask them where your money is, you can't ask them once because they'll give you an answer. You got to ask them 11 times. You got to ask them once, then you got to ask them in the afternoon. Then you got to wait a day. Then you got to say, hey, can you re-explain that to me? Because that's a technique. Because if somebody's lying around 12 or 13, they're going to say some shit that's different. So, you know, basic street shit that you know when you trust somebody.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then you go look for their references. Another thing is the people's references. Say, you want to manage me. Okay, who have you managed before? What's their names? Can I call them? What work did they do? Like Al Haymon, that's why I don't understand how anybody cannot trust that dude. Because basically, there's nothing that anybody in boxing is doing with him that is worth him ruining his reputation for. Because he's really bigger in music than he is in boxing.
And I was about to say, it's to the point where Al Haymon, you can't really ruin his reputation.
No.
He been in it too long. And I'm saying that to say, even if he did do something dirty, you probably wouldn't even find out about it.
Well, let me tell you, from a business perspective, looking at him, he has a business model that is not expensive. Because if you look at everybody that does business with them, they all have their own companies. Right. So you have your own company I can tell you why Al Haymon is able to pay more money. Al is able to pay more money because he has less overhead on a regular basis. So I trust him because of that. So you know who, what's her name? The lady that used to do all the PR for them. I can't remember her name, but okay, say like my guy, Sam Watson, right? Sam Watson's in the ring, but Sam Watson has something called Sam Watson Incorporated.
Right.
Which means that he works on deals with Al Haymon on a contract basis. Every time there's a contract that they need, then they will strike a deal and he knows how much he's getting paid. But if there is no fight, then what are you doing? You're not paying anything. Right. Look at Bob Arum, though. Bob Arum has all those people employed. So he has tramplers employed, the matchmakers are employed, the guys that run the company are employed. What's his name? His son-in-law, DeBuff. Those guys are all employed, which means they get regular checks all of the time. Right? So his costs never go off. Only time Al Haymon is spending any money is when he's making money. Right? So I would trust that more, but you see the model. That's why you get Turkey Al-Sheikh able to come in. But I mean, the long and short of it is, bro, older boxers are going to know because they got fucked over. So first thing I would do if I was a young dude, I would say, how did you get fucked over? Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, what did they do to you, Tommy? Like Tommy Hearns, how did they fuck you over? Hey, how did they fuck you over, Greg? Right. And you just make sure you know how other people got fucked over. However, what makes sense in your mind. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't, it's not overnight that you're going to be able to think like the same way I think, but just whatever you're doing, you just don't trust them. So you make sure you validate and you verify anything they say. You make sure you get it from a second source as well. And as soon as they lie to your ass one time, you make sure you be like, okay, I'm going to watch your ass every time. And if they do it once or twice and you stop trusting them, then you do your migration plan and you start saying, okay, bro, I'm about to get rid of this dude. Now, what do you do to get rid of him? You got to make a plan to get rid of him. You can't just run in there and fire him. You got to be like, okay, I don't think this is going to work out. What do I need to do? Oh, I want to be with this manager. Okay, so how do I do that? You remember what I told you before? How do you get out? That's why you have to know how you get out every time, bro. That's what I would say for you.
And that's important because I seen this on a smaller scale, but still it could have got big. It was a kid I was training. He was fighting on the top ranked card, but the card was in Philly. And in the contract, that top rank gave us, it said if you beat their fighter or if you win on their card, then you owe them automatically 2 more fights. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
options.
yeah, and I'm like, I'm like, we're not even signed to them. Like, so that's
Oh, no,
crazy.
no.
And
Well, let me tell you what that is.
no, I know.
Okay,
And
I'll listen. I'm sorry.
I was like, the fighter that we fighting is not even signed to them. I'm like, so that really don't even apply to us. So we had to go to Russell Peltz and get him to call Top Rank and was like, yo, we want to fight on the card or whatever, but we don't want to have nothing to do with, with being in a position where we owe them 2 more fights or something like that. Because we don't know their plans for us. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
We
let's
don't know
do
what
this
they.
then. Let me tell you what I would have done. Just off basic what you know.
Mhm.
I would have said, okay, was there any extra money in it for the 2 fights?
Right. But we did. But we did. I get what you're saying. That's absolutely right.
No,
And
but listen, I'm saying, like, let me finish my point.
right,
If
right.
there ain't any money listed, then what they're doing is they're getting it in consideration for
Mm,
that fight. So
mhm.
what you have to do is you say, okay, if you really want to say that you want 2 additional fights, okay, you have to give me additional compensation.
Mm,
You have to give me additional consideration for those 2 fights.
right,
I'm okay with that if that's what's up, because that means we get a 3-fight deal. So what's
right,
the minimum on these 2 fights?
right,
So you
right,
may say, hey, man, I'm okay with that as long as he gets $10,000 a fight. Now over here, if you give us $20,000 a fight for 2 fight minimums, we'll do the 2 fights. And what else? We may, right of first refusal for an opponent, right? So
mm,
you can, when people are negotiating deals, you got to remember it's not the piece of paper. It's just me and you kicking and me and you talking. So you
right,
say, hey, bro, like, look, man, I want to give your dude a fight, right? Like you got this fighter, but look, man, I got a card and my guy, I'm trying to sign one of you 2. So whoever the winner is, I want you fighting on my next cards, but and I also make sure that I can get my get back, right? So you won. If you beat my guy, I get a chance to get my get back and I can earn a little money off you. And you
right,
don't have a problem with earning the money. You just want to know how much money it is and make sure that they're not trying to get it just for the fight. No, you pay
right,
me money for the fight. The options are more money because that's something other than the fight. So
right.
just ask them, what's the additional compensation? Now,
Yeah.
they may try to slip it on you,
Mhm,
right? They can slip it on you and say, and you don't notice it and you signed it, but you did notice it.
mhm.
So the question isn't really that you're locking them down. You could be cool with getting locked down. That shit could be good.
Right.
Because shit, if they gave you $20 million for 2 fights, your shit would be, oh, I'll take those options. And then you would be, you
Right.
know what I'm saying? Then you would be forcing them to
Right.
say, no, you got to pay me this money. Now, remember, if you get on that fighter, if he wanted those options and you put a minimum on that, there was a high minimum, that's
Right.
guaranteed. That for you, that's guaranteed money for your fighter. Because if
Right.
they don't keep it up, they just got to flat out pay you. You
Right.
don't even have to train. You get the check, you get your cut. So anytime anybody gives you something in a negotiation, it's called consideration. Like if you
Yeah.
do this, I will do this in consideration or because you did that. So
Right.
whenever
Right.
you see anything, look for extra value. Say, hey, man, oh, okay, you want this? We can sell you that. You know what I'm saying? We can sell you these 2 fights for sure. You want 3 fights? I'd get excited. Like for me, if I saw that, I'd get excited
Yeah.
because I would be like, oh, we can win. Oh, you mean this option means that I can get paid 2 more fights next year? How much you
Yeah.
gonna pay me? I'm cool, but you're not gonna pay me for the same amount of money this is. You got to give me a
But
minimum.
this how they do shit in boxing. They
How do you do
cram
it?
it. They cram it. So we didn't get the contract until the week of the fight. So remember what you were saying about all the back and
Sign
forth?
it. Oh, no problems. No problems. I got that.
No,
Take a
I'm just
pen.
saying. Remember you were
Listen,
saying the back and forth though.
I got you. I got the technique for you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything in agreement that somebody forces on you because you have to sign, take a pen, draw a line through the words,
Right.
and then initial it. Well, you got to initial it because if you do that and then you sign it, you're clearly saying that I agree to everything but that.
Mm.
So
'Cause-
they then have to say quickly whether or not they agree to that or they have to put you off the card. I
Right.
do that all the time, bro. You know what?
No, that's
Another
what
slip
happened
trip,
though. That's what
huh?
ended up happening. I said that's what ended up happening though.
Yeah, but you're supposed to do that. Dudes can't get slick. You got to know. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, there's a way to handle this. We'll just
Mm.
draw that line, sign it, say, and you can literally say, I don't accept this to be clear. Now, another thing you can do what cats do is they'll do some shit like send some money to you and they'll have some shit that says in full consideration of debts owed. Like you got to be worried about somebody cutting you a check with that shit there, because that means no matter how much you actually owe them, you accept this for the whole amount. So pretty much, bro, you should have a lawyer. You should have somebody that can read an agreement for you to tell you what the words mean very specifically. Because cats, like, dude, people, it takes a long time to explain that Jay-Z ain't no billionaire, right? That's a hard, complicated thing to tell people. They don't get it. You know what I'm saying? He's got a 360 deal with live TV, whatever that is. The $1 billion is money that was put there to run the company. And since he owns a portion of the company, they're counting the value of the company as his wealth. No, that money is not his wealth. That's not his. That is owned by Live Nation. And he only owns a minimum, but he only owns a part of that. And all of it's cost, because as soon as they spend it and shut it down, all the value goes away and you don't have that value anymore. So there's really are financial, very, very tricky kind of financial instruments that people around you know. Go find you an MBA from a black school in Philly, like for real, and just be like, hey man, can you explain this to me? And pay them to explain it to you. You can do it on a case. You can give a lawyer, just give him 100. Give him, hey, I want to talk to you for like $300. $300. I just need for you to read all of this and tell me what it means before I go meet with my other lawyer. And then that lawyer will break that shit down, and you ask questions and ask questions and ask questions until you clearly understand it and you can repeat it back, right? I do that all the time when I'm talking to people up to make sure they understand. Can you repeat that back to me so that I know that you understand? And you do that with that guy, and then you go back to the guy that's actually dealing with it. You go back so much more educated and in such a strong position because of this. You know what questions to ask. And I'll give you an example. For all boxers, if Devin Haney had given me his contract for Ryan and I saw net profit, I would have immediately said, drawn a line through that, circled, and put a question mark there. Why do we want this? Do you know what this is? And then I would have a conversation with Bill for 15, 20 minutes until we fully understood the consequences of net profit versus revenue, gross revenue. Because basically what it is you're basically with net profit saying you're waiting for Oscar to pay all his bills before you get anything. That's what it is. Like when you get paid from gross profit literally means the money that they pick up out of the basket. Right? But when you're talking about net, that means after everybody's paid, whatever remains in the net after all the costs go through it. Which means it's always a smaller percentage number. You always want gross revenue. And you don't have any control over the spending. So you don't have any control over how much money you make.
And they can make those numbers up.
Yeah. And then watch this. My dad, who I had a little bit of debate with, was like, nah, well, you're making the assumption that a court is just going to allow them to spend anything. And I was like, nah, Dad, I'm not making that assumption. I know that they can go through it. But what I'm saying is, why would you have the expense and take the chance when you can just get it out of gross revenue? And then you don't have to worry about their costs at all. You don't need to audit them. All you need to know is what's the pay-per-views, what's the gate, what's the sponsorships, and give me my money. And then I will worry about my costs.
Right.
So, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, like, it's that type of thing, bro. It's kind of like me fucking around and trying to slap box Terrence Crawford. Bro, that shit's not going to work for me. I'm gonna be missing teeth. You fuck around trying to negotiate with me, nigga, you going to be missing some teeth. And I mean the teeth out your wallet. You know what I'm saying? Because I'll get you some shit like this. I mean it. I'll get you some shit with in perpetuity throughout the universe. I ain't met five niggas yet that can tell me what in perpetuity throughout the universe means with your name. That means you own anything and everything anywhere you could possibly do. I own it. And I own it forever, because perpetuity means forever. I own everything about you forever, anywhere in the universe, under the earth, anywhere. And the reason that it is because cats get slick. They be like, hold on, but this is outside the terms of the contract. No, it ain't, because it's 360. I own everything about you, your name, you can't even name, dude, Jay-Z can't even use Jay-Z's name. If he left them, he'd have to be Sean Carter for real. And they may actually own Sean Carter. But see, his thing is he makes so much money that it's worth it. Right? It's worth selling everything for him, because now he can sit back and be like, oh yeah, my name is worth 10 million a year. Because he may make 10, 15 million a year off his name. He may. but he ain't got that billion that they say he has. That's just some accountant, and I won't say the name of the people that get really bad reputations for this. But let's just say guys like DJ Vlad, you cut a deal with somebody like DJ Vlad or the lawyer version of DJ Vlad, bro, you're going to go fucking broke. Let me tell you, because they're going to put you in a system where what they say is they do this to you. They what do they call it? It's called trapping you with luxury. When a young boxer comes, like a young boxer got to stay hungry. Like I'm for real. The best advice that I would have for a professional boxer, young professional boxer, is you're broke when you turn pro and you are broke till you're a millionaire. You can't spend shit till you got $1 million in the bank. And I don't mean $1 million worth of, your property is worth this, and no. I mean cash. If you can't have $1 million, and I don't give a fuck about the taxes, don't put it in the tax. Spend it with me. Fuck you. I'll pay the taxes, nigga. I know the government. If I get a government 26% of this, I'm done. If I give you any of it, the whole shit may disappear. So no, I'll take my money and I'll put that shit in a bank. Now I've got $1 million in the bank. Then let me fight a little bit more. Now I got $2 million in the bank. And now I can say whether or not I got some leverage. Because that's when you got leverage. See, leverage means this. All these guys, I'm going to give you for real the deal. How to negotiate a deal. The most important thing about a deal is something called, they call it BATNA. It's called the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. So if I want to deal with you, say I want to cut a deal with you, Greg, or you want to cut a deal with me, and you say, hey, Martin, I want you to join my channel full time. I want you to do all your Fanon International content on my channel, and I want to be basically, and I'm going to pay you $50,000 a year to do that. Now, if I don't have no money, hell yeah, I'm gone. Right? If I'm only making 20 on my channel, boom, I'm gone. Because what's my best alternative to what you offered? It is nothing. It's to stay where I am, right? Which is half of what you offered. But now, if you actually ask me that, I will tell you no. Because I make way more than that. So I have my alternative is better, right? So that's when somebody really has advantages, and what Terrence Crawford is a brilliant at. Because Terrence Crawford knew what Errol Spence wanted. Errol wants that fight no matter what. So he's telling him right now, Terrence can look at him and say, oh, I know what his BATNA is. His BATNA is me. No matter what I offer, because he doesn't want anything else. So does he have a better option than what I'm asking? No. So I can stay and put until he accepts. And he makes everybody else accept, because they don't have a better deal either for than Terrence. Because guess what? Errol won't give it to him. Right. See, the better option for Al could have been Keith Thurman. But Al won't let him have it. So he's like, no, Al. So Al doesn't have that option when Al is negotiating with Terrence. Right? Yeah. And Terrence can look at Al and say, hey, but I know that your guy don't want to fight nobody but me. Right. So how about you come fight over here? You do this. And basically what Errol did is he hamstrung Al Haymon. He hamstrung him. Right? By Errol letting everybody in the world know that was the only thing that he was doing.
Yeah, that's all I want. Yeah.
That's bad. So even with Gervonta, if all Gervonta ever wanted was Devin Haney, he was drooling. The last thing in the world he should do is tell him. That's the last thing in the world he should tell him. Because then Devin's going to be like, I want $30 million. I want this. I want that. I want this. I want that. Because I'm the only Devin Haney in the world and you can't get me anywhere else. Yeah. So that's why they be playing you. That's why they cats be playing. That's why Canelo be playing niggas like that. Yeah. Like, man, fuck no. I need you. Maybe I need you. Maybe I don't. Because you're not going to think you have no leverage for no money other than what I'm giving you. Right. So when all these dudes be talking that, that's why I say, Greg, like that side, the business side, that's why I was like, Gervonta and Jaron need to do this. Because eventually, everybody got to go to 147, and he's going to mop every fucking one of them for sure. So he can take, because he has the talent, he can sit for a second. Unless, again, what? Eddie offers him so much money that it is a better option for him not to chase undisputed. It's better for him to go to 154, right? But if he's going to get the same money at 154 and 147, what's in it for him to move to 154? And if there's a what's in it for him, then that's just got to be connected to money. Like if there's some reason, if there's no reason for me to do it, you got to give me a reason. Why would I go to, like, for Javante? That's why I say dude is fucking an idiot. Like, not Gervonta, but like, dude, anybody saying Gervonta need to go up and move here and move there? No way.
Right.
No way. He got to stay right where he is. And guess what? If you want me to move up there, what's in it for me?
Right.
Just like if you move down, what's in it for me? What's in it for you? And if you're telling me I'm going to make the same amount of money or less moving up to fight you, you better give me something else. You better sign a 5-fight deal to GTD. Now you can get inventive. Right? Devin could say, hey, I know that I'm not the money man and all that, but look, look, Gervonta, I'll sign a 3-fight deal to GTD if you give me this fight. So if I lose, no matter what, you're going to get 3 fights and money out my pocket. See, that's something that could create value for Gervonta, right? Similarly to the way that same promoter or told you, or manager told you, your fighter, we want options on you.
Right.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, man. Like, people talk about the contract, like the contract is written on a piece of paper. It's not. The contract is the relationship we have. Right. So, like, let me give you an example for sure. Real life example. Your boy, Coach Rel, was not happy with me because I mispronounced his name. And I got a call. I was like, man, my apologies. And I apologize for it. Right. Because it was legitimately a mistake that I made it. I gave him the wrong name. But I know if I go to Philly and I go to see you or I go see Bozy, right? I want to immediately say, hey, man, just tell Coach Rel I apologize. I didn't intend that. Right. Now, why would I do that? Because I know I don't want any tension for you if I'm around you. I don't want any tension for him if I'm around him, because I know that's your guy, or, you know, that's your people out there. And that's my bad. Right. But that's walking in anticipation of ever meeting somebody. You're taking into consideration what other people worries are.
Right.
That's how you get deals done.
Right.
You get deals done by being able to empathize with somebody and name their BATNA. So if I did a negotiation tactic with you and I said, what's my BATNA to you signing my over to you to do your channel, right? The best alternative is to stay put, right? That's what I'm saying. That's how you get people in negotiations. Also, that's why these people do this shit in the media. Because that's why I said that they're generating leverage. See, the only leverage that Devin has over Gervonta is the negative words that are being spoken on the internet, Twitter, YouTube. That's the only pressure he has. Therefore, because that's the only thing you have to say, hey, I want all this to go away, so I'll do what you want.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying that Bill is expert at manufacturing leverage, because he can get 15, 20 people and make them sound like they're 19, 20,000. Right? Because you think everybody is on Gervonta, but if you really knew the number of people, it's probably not that many people. But it sounds loud and it's irritating everybody. So Gervonta's got to do something. So that's generating leverage. And that's why people call people out. That's why they walk up and get in their face, because you are creating tension within other people and giving them a reason to fight. But if you ignore all that shit, you're good. You good, bro? My bad.
Yeah,
I know.
No, you good. I just got the baby. You good, though.
Okay. Hey, let me get this next dude. I'm gonna let Christian up. If you want to stay, you good though.
All right, that's cool. I'll jump out.
You jump off. You good?
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you.
Hey, come back again, man, because we gonna get you that plaque, bro. You deserve that plaque.
No, for sure.
No joke.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you deserve that plaque because dog, you're you know what I mean? Like, I learned from you. I learned from you. I listen. I learned from you dudes out the gym, because you guys are talking about shit that you know, it ain't made up, bro. Yeah. All right, bro.
Likewise. I get with
Salute
you.
to you, brother.
Yep.
Peace. Christian, what up, man? Christian, are you there? I know it was a long time. Hey, I'll let you wait for a second. Hey, Phenomenal Show says, Bill Haney is exposing how easy it is to get a cult started. Yeah, he's manufacturing leverage for sure. What's going on, St. Holder Christian?
Not much. I just love listening to you because you always speak fact, and I like your extended vocabulary.
Thank you. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but I
Yeah,
appreciate you.
my wife says it about you all the time. Did he go to school with you? I said no, but I love his vocabulary. I love to listen to you, and I also love to listen to KO. But you, my number one, and KO is far second. Y'all two the best content creators.
Man, I appreciate it. That's a big compliment to be compared to KO because he's probably the best. Thank you very much, man.
I don't know because I listen to both of you guys, and I listen to KO. I listen to both of y'all every time y'all go live. But the thing I like about you, Phenom, is you like a professor at this. You say it and then you explain it. It's like you spew the whole soliloquy like you writing a thesis and giving an example of what's going on and why you're doing it in your thesis.
Thank you.
That's really, I mean, that's super attractive to me. That's why I listen to you so much. Sometimes I just listen to your replays just to see what you got going on when I'm not able to be online because are you from the DC metro area?
No, I'm from the Shy. I went to law school in DC. I went to school at Howard Law.
Oh, really? Really? I'm from Bethesda.
Oh, for real? Merlin?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right up the street.
Yep.
Yeah, my daughter got out of Howard. My daughter graduated from Howard maybe like 2 years ago.
Yeah, my little brother graduated from Howard, and my niece graduated from Howard about 2.5 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so
well, thank you, brother.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, man. I'll get back. Hey, good to put a voice to a name.
Yeah, likewise.
All right. Salute.
Have a great one.
You as well. Man, that was super fun. That was super fucking fun, bro. Greg Hackett said, appreciate the breakdown, OG. Anytime, man. Anytime, brother. Anytime. You learn things when you're 55 years old. I earned the gray on my beard. All of this was earned. It ain't spray paint, Anyway, here's another link, man. What up, Can't Stop? Unc E said, fire show. Thank you, man. Julam Ali said, great knowledge. Hey, thank you, man. Say, we smart ninjas. Yeah, we are. Bro, that ain't nothing to tell somebody how, like, for real, how you get these young boys, bro. That's what you do. Young boys, that's what you do. You got to ask questions until you got to ask the dumbest questions. Here's the thing why some people don't understand, because they're not willing to ask dumb questions. Like, for real, you got to ask, if you think something is obvious, you have to ask the question to them when the answer to you is obvious. Because you'll be surprised. They may give you an answer that you didn't think. So you're verifying the very basic thing that they asked you. Telling you better you treat your lawyers in there like you in school, but in school for real, like asking questions. If you don't ask 20 questions, then you need to think, okay, man, I'm not asking enough questions. Because I don't know. There may be some shit I think I understand that I don't understand. Anything that you don't understand. Ernest Brown said, you definitely him. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, man. I'm not like the rest of these niggas. I'll tell you that. I'll use the N-word because I got to be myself. I'm not like the rest of you niggas. That's for sure. Okay? I'm telling you that. I am qualified to do exactly what I just said to Greg Hackett. I am qualified to do that with fighters. But you know what? I wouldn't do that with fighters because I know there are people that are more qualified to do that with fighters, like Rachel Donaire. If you are a suspect on a deal with a boxing match and you're free to call her, call Rachel. Figure out how to ask manager Marty. Hey, what do you think about this? You know what I mean? Go find another manager and ask him what he thinks about it. Don't let in what is that? Big Dog Willie. What up, boy?
What's happening? Man, so I just want to remind you, I put in a super chat, but I'll just tell you face up.
No. I thought I did it. Oh, no, it's right here. Okay.
Yeah, I coined the phrase Haney coat. You can thank me because about 2 years ago, I seen these cats talking crazy about the man. And I continuously every single day had to remind you guys that we're not crazy. Everybody got a dad, and if you didn't grow with your dad, there's nothing wrong with that. And they're not stupid, and a lot of different other things that they say that or gay, whatever they say. But yeah, it's just my everyday remembrance. And the man lies a lot, so that's why I make up shit because it's fun. I can think of things. So anyway, that's all I want to say. You don't have to read it, but that's what
no, I do. I'm a cook on that, bro. Because for real, we need the money around here, bro. We don't get paid for this shit.
But the Roberto Duran, when I heard that the first time, Duran's one of my favorite fighters. So when I first went, like 2 years ago, when I heard that, I don't know, I ain't gonna name the channel, but one of the somebody in the chat said, "Oh, he could probably knock out Roberto Duran," and they spoke on it for like 10 minutes about how Devin could beat up Roberto Duran. And I was like, okay, this is going too far now.
Yeah, so, they're in another planet now.
Yeah, so that's when I started calling him a coat, and yeah, that's when I started falling out with them because I just couldn't agree with them. But anyway, that's all I got to say.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, big dog Willie.
All
right, man. Yeah, basically it's a community divided because these dudes try to fucking like throw everybody out, bro. It's just crazy. Like these dudes are crazy, man. It's not crazy. It's money is what it is, bro. It's money is what it is. Oh, comment on my tablet. I was away. Oh, okay. Thank you, Stefan. Remember I called up the Haney Code 2 years ago when the alphabet group started saying, the LDBC started saying Devin can KO. I don't think the whole group said that, but if somebody said that shit, god dog, that's crazy. Nah, Devin can't knock out. Devin ain't knocking nobody out, bro. Devin ain't knocking nobody out. But let's get back to this, bro. So, yeah, man, there are really good boxing channels out there, man, that I would like for you guys to basically pay attention to. So it's not all on me, but I'm one of the bigger ones that are not doing this shit, bro. You know? But I mean, obviously, you know, I don't get to watch Boxing Ego enough, but I'm pretty sure Boxing Ego is on the safe side with this shit. Hey, man, shout out to thank you, man. I did get some cash apps. Thank you. I'm sorry. Fanon, they're all in the what do you mean? Fanon, they are all in agreement though. Oh, not KO. Who's all in agreement about what? Those guys don't believe that shit. What's going on, Danny Ash?
Hi, good morning, Fanon. How are you doing?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing great. Thank you for the insight. And I got a serious question, and I know you're the only one that can answer this question. So it's about Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, their fight.
Yes.
So if Ryan didn't test positive for Astrin and he failed to still notify VADA or whatever the institution about the supplement that he took, will he still have been suspended?
If they found out about it?
If they found out about it that he didn't disclose
yes,
a particular supplement, he would have still been suspended?
Yeah, okay. He would have been suspended.
Okay, so it's not really about the Astrin. It's just about the disclosure.
Well, let me tell you how there is a connection to the Astrin. Okay. But this is the connection. Ryan Garcia had an adverse finding and he didn't know what it was. Right? So the adverse finding is what made him go have his supplements tested. So no, but for him testing positive, he wouldn't have had his supplements tested because there would have been no reason to do it. So of course it is related. It is a causal factor, right? And you say it is right. So that is why they knew about it. But that's where the Astrin ends. The Astrin being in his system, in order to defend himself from that and prove that it was contaminated, he had to turn in everything he took. And once he turned that in, then they said, oh, you didn't tell us about this. We're going to suspend you. Kind of like somebody searching your car. You're speeding, right?
Right.
You're speeding, and then they says, hold on, man, pull over. And you say, oh, yeah, I was speeding. Then they smell weed. And they say, hold on, you rolled down your window. I smell a lot of weed in this car. Is there weed in this car? And then you say to them, yeah, there's weed in the car. Like, okay, well, look, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a citation for speeding. but I'm not going to charge you for that weed, right? Or no, let me switch that. I'm going to charge you for that weed. I'm not going to give you a speeding ticket. Because guess what? The speeding was probable cause for me to walk up on you. And when I walked up on you, I got the serious one, which is that you were smoking weed. So I'm going to get you for that. All right, so now watch this. Now, when you look on the criminal record, what's it going to say? It's going to say arrested for weed. It's not going to say anything about arrested for speeding.
Right.
So the same thing happens. Ryan's does not say did not get suspended for the Ostarine because they never determined one way or the other whether it was contaminated or not. He just admitted that he was smoking weed in the car, so they took that one.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I can tell you what they're trying to do with the argument too.
What are they doing?
Now, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make you think because the Ostarine was the reason that the New York State Athletic Commission investigated Ryan, that is the reason why they suspended Ryan. No, you can investigate somebody for tax evasion, right? And they did not commit tax evasion. But what they did do was in the course of my investigation, I found out 3 or 4 other things they did, like embezzlement. Right? They didn't we didn't find just tax evasion. We found embezzlement. So we're going to go with the embezzlement. We're not going to go with the tax evasion. We think we can put your ass in the jail for a long time. And guess what they'll do? They'll go with the tax evasion too. But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make an argument that Ryan got suspended for steroids. He got suspended for steroids. Instead of he was investigated because of Ostarine. Yeah, because that's why he got investigated. That's not why he got suspended. He got in.
Okay, got it.
Right. So the Ostarine is the reason he got suspended. Not notifying him of the supplements let me say this again. The fact that he tested positive is the reason they investigated him. When they investigated him, they found out that he didn't notify them, and that's why they suspended him. And if you go and you read the case, you read their ruling, the consent agreement, that's what it says. So, yeah, that's what it is, but they're just trying to do what this guy did. Stop fooling yourself. We all know it was for Ostarine. No, it was not for Ostarine. See what he said? Root of all evil? That's a lie what he said. Stop fooling yourself. It was all for the Ostarine. So what they want you to do is they want you to make you do this. Ignore the fact that the New York State Athletic Commission said it was for scheduling and just assume that they're lying to you. And what they really wanted to do was suspend him for the performance enhancers, right? But that assumes that you know the names and have spoken to the people that made that decision and you were in that room. They're just trying to make you guess in a way that makes Ryan look bad. Ryan look like he was guilty of what they accused him of. And he wasn't found guilty of what they accused him of. He admitted to something else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it made a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yeah, they're just manipulating, bro. That's it. It's just manipulation. Just like somebody will say something like this. I heard somebody say, well, if Gervonta Davis really got a $20 million contract, why don't I see it on the PBC's website? I don't think you see anywhere any contract that was signed by Gervonta Davis posted on the PBC's website. But he said, well, we saw it for Canelo. Well, I guess I'll have to verify that. Because just because you said you saw it for Canelo doesn't mean that actually happened. So I'll go back and look at it. But still, why in the world would they let everybody know exactly how much money he's making? Because last time I checked, the IRS, you have to pay taxes on your money. And people don't like people to know how much money they're spending and how much money they're getting paid. And publicly traded, and guess what? Publicly traded corporations do not like people lying about how much money they're paying. The amount of money that they're paying, for all you know, could be confidential. It could literally have a non-disclosure in the contract between Amazon and him. You cannot tell people the specific amount of money that you do because you got a non-disparagement agreement. And if you say you weren't paid enough, that's disparagement. So I can lose my money. There could be all kind of reasons, sir, that people will not let you know how much money they make. Similarly, I'm not ever going to tell anybody on YouTube how much money I make. You don't tell how much money Bill pays you, right? Y'all don't tell people how much Bill's paying you. Let me know so I can get the same deal from somebody else, since everybody got to be telling everybody how much money they make. It's just a bunch of bullshit, dog. It's a bunch of bullshit, bro, that is basically aimed at making Gervonta Davis look broke. Anything that he does that's good, there's always got to be a counter argument that's bad. So as far as Gervonta Davis goes, he takes, if Gervonta Davis takes 2 steps forward, they try to drag him 1 step back. Gervonta Davis takes 2 steps forward. Cats like that try to drag him 1 step back. Devin takes 2 steps forward and they try to pick him up, put him on a goddamn escalator and fly him up to the top of the fucking penthouse. Is what the fuck they do with their speech. Everything Gervonta does that is good has got to be questioned, and we got to pull it back a little bit because we have to wonder whether it's real, because they tell you 2 or 3 different things that make you wonder what's going on. Meanwhile, every time Devin does something, he's historic. It's never been before. He is chasing greatness. This is legendary. Even if he's doing the same thing that Gervonta Davis did when it was shit when Gervonta did it. That's Bill Haney. And that is a writing department doing that shit. That is a group of people that are coming up with an explanation that they call a narrative. You notice I never use the word narrative. I very rarely use the word narrative because narrative is not in my discipline. My discipline is the law. My discipline is business. Narrative is not really. I'm not a writer. I'm not a journalist. Journalists use narratives. Journalists are the ones that do that. They are the ones that are creating stories around facts that make you believe what's going on. That's what PR divisions do. PR departments do that. That's what you're doing. You're doing the narratives. Gervonta's broke, and we don't care how we're gonna take any facts and fit it into the narrative that Gervonta is broke. So if Gervonta gets $20 million, how can we use that to prove Gervonta is broke? Well, we didn't see the contract. Classic boxing hacker. Well, we really don't know. Where's the money at? We don't see it. Put it on a table. If you don't show me it in cash, I won't believe it. Oh, somebody tell me. Everybody told me how Canelo Alvarez came to my house on the first day of December in 2020 and told me at a 7-Eleven across the street exactly how much money he makes. No, he didn't. You do not know how much money Canelo made. You do not know how much money Oscar De La Hoya made. You do not know how much money Eddie Hearn makes. You do not know how much money Bob Arum makes. All you know is what the media tells you in general, in kind of, what do you call it? Approximations. They sold in approximately this many pay-per-views. They will tell you the gate, but you don't know how much of the gate they get. Do you know why? Because they don't want to tell everybody how much money people are making because they don't want to drive the prices up on themselves. But they will lie about how much money they're making so that they can drive up the prices on other people. I'm telling you, these people are a well-constructed group of public relations professionals who put on hats, use the word nigga, right? Talk about the culture, but all they are is truly culture vultures because they are using their persona and their brand and their personality, their culture, to sell you bullshit at the expense of other people within the culture, specifically Gervonta Davis. Specifically Gervonta Davis. Danny Ash, I forgot you were there. What up, man?
No, it's cool. I just love hearing explain this whole thing because I know they're trying to push a narrative like it was the Astron, and then clearly it says he was suspended for not disclosing. They didn't say anything about Astron, so I don't know why they are on this Astron thing. I think we should.
I can tell you why.
Why?
Because that makes him a cheater. Okay. Because if he did not get suspended, for performance enhancing drugs, you can't call him a cheater. If you can't call him a cheater, then Devin got his ass whooped. And Devin got his O back on a technicality. That's what happened. Devin got his O back on a technicality. On the fact that Ryan had to disclose that he did something he didn't even know he did. Which is what? having Scooter come and give him some supplements. He's like a day before the fight. He doesn't know who he's supposed to notify or what. That's his manager's job. So his manager did not tell him what he took. So on a technicality, yeah, he's suspended for the year and it's a no contest. But that's actually what it was. But that doesn't work if you want to call Ryan a cheater. If you find Ryan a cheater, you got to say that the New York State Athletic Commission suspended him for a year for having Ostarine in his system. And as a result, the New York State Athletic Commission has determined that he cheated in a way that gave him an unfair competitive advantage. In this case, that's not what happened. What happened was they suspended him because he could have been using a masking agent. He could have had, they need to know everything that you have so they can make the decision about whether or not you can take it or not. That's far from saying that he got a competitive advantage by hurting Devin Haney, and that doesn't explain that left hook landing like that. No, Devin got his ass whooped. They got a reprieve, and they're holding on to that reprieve for dear life. And many people think that they concocted that reprieve. Just so you know, that's what Tim Bradley was, I think Tim Bradley was implying. That, yeah, they got a reprieve, but I think somebody did some funny shit so that he could get a reprieve, that he could get a second chance. That's what people are saying, not me. But that's what the significance of that is. And again, it's not me. It's other people. Like Tim Bradley said, look, people are telling me that's some funny stuff going on with that. Right? Scooter is telling people, yeah, I know I'm the one that gave the supplements. Scooter told people that he gave the supplements to Ryan well before the fight even started. So it's not even like Scooter was hiding the fact that he had given Ryan the supplements. They all thought it was good. And matter of fact, they were all laughing about it. Because that's why Devin Haney lied and said he made an extra $1.5 million. Bro, I'm telling you, this is all about Devin. You remember those necklaces, those wrist things? They used to be WWJD. You remember that? Right. What would Jesus do?
What would Jesus do? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this is. What would Devin do? They got just every time you see them talk, they got a band on their wrist say, what would Devin say? Oh, Devin would say this. Devin would say this. Oh, I know Bill. I talk to Bill every day. Bill tells me this. The simple fact that he said that people say they talk to Bill and that's my guy and Bill told me this tells you right there, bro, what the deal is. I'm not telling you anything that I said because I talked to Al Haymon. I've never met him. Never met him. I've never met Steven Espinoza. I've never met Leonard Ellerby. I think I've spoken to Leonard Ellerby for like 2 seconds in my life. Like, blip, blip. That's it. It's the only communication I ever had with him. Never spoke to Gervonta in my life. I'm sorry, man. I know you ran you off. Yeah, so you get that. That's what it is. That's what it is. This is not true, what they're saying about Gervonta. It's just not. They know that Javante Davis, they do not believe Javante Davis's money is funny. No, they do not. Because there's no reason to suspect it's funny. They also did not know that Javante Davis's fight could be postponed. I put the video up before they did. So how could they know why it got caused? Can I tell you what they do every time? Put a 1 in the chat if I can tell you a trick that they use. I almost want to put a name on it. Blue blood. I almost want to put a name on it. I'm so hesitant to put a name on it. But God dog, this is what happens. Say, for example, that Boxing Ego releases some news and I don't know about it. Right? Let's take, for example, that I steal some content from Boxing Ego. Say Boxing Ego says, break some news, right? And Boxing Ego says, Gervonta Davis's new opponent is Gary Russell Jr., and that this fight will be taking place next year. Right? Let me tell you what Blue Blood would do. Blue Blood would come behind with a title that would say the same thing, but he will put a date on it. And he'll put amount of money that they made. And I'm telling you, I learned this. I was like, this is amazing. These guys really have a lot of inside information because Boxing Ego can tell me something. And then I can find it out from Fight Hype. But when I hear it from Blue Blood, there's 2 extra pieces of information attached. There is the fight has been done, but then there's also, it's going to be on this date. And it's going to be paid this much money. But you know what you'll find out closer to the fight? That date wasn't accurate. and that money wasn't accurate. And pretty much what the case is, you're just adding something on to a story that everybody else has to differentiate yourself so people watch with you. So that's the importance of always doing the counterpoint. Because if, like, for example, if I just wanted to attack people and attack them, dude, trust you me, bro, I could start a beef with a big, I don't think I could start a fight, a beef with Fight Hype. I don't think I could. I don't know. These corporate dudes you really can't beef with like that. But that's what you'll see. Just watch. If one guy drops a video with a title on it, big news, they will come right behind and have extra pieces of information that you will later on find out is not true. But you watch the video because it's separated itself from everybody else. Because, oh, he's giving me the same information, but he's giving me more. Right? He said, wow, are you charging for this shit? Oh my God, hopefully y'all listening, recording, or writing down is free. No, I'm not muted. I'm unmuted. No, that's what they do. Dude, watch. Watch how cats do that shit. When a major organization drops a piece of news, the way that you get attention on you is you add details that are not true. So you use the details that everybody knows is true or believes is true. So why wouldn't they believe the extra things you add? Of course you're going to believe the extra things that they add because they already told you the truth about two things, but then they'll lie about two different things. How many times, let's think about this. How many times did Errol Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford fight get a date put on it? How many times? Every time somebody said that this fight is almost done, somebody dropped a date for the fight. Even then the date got moved and the date got moved and the date got moved and the date got moved. So it made it look like, to the eyes, it makes it look like the PBC changed their mind 5 times. But the truth of the matter is the date was never agreed to. They're just making up the date so that you will listen to it. That's it. That's it. That's why everybody got to have these salacious titles. I'm telling you, that's why everybody has salacious titles. Because people would do that. So you got to like find a way to adjust for it and be like, hold on, man. Like I want to talk about the same thing that you want to talk about, but you're adding 6 things that aren't true. And then it makes it tough to talk about it because I got to then break down all the things that are not true, which becomes a full fucking time job because there's a PR agency pushing it. Every day there's breaking news. How can you have breaking news every day about some shit that moves at a glacial pace? Like I'm just telling you, that's what we've been seeing for years. And that's why I'm saying do not believe the subscribers people have. Do not believe the number of viewers that people are seeing, bro. The only thing that you can truly trust is the logic and the facts that you can verify. The only thing that you can trust is logic and the facts that you can verify yourself. And you're not going to be able to cheat the system by listening to YouTube's explain it to you. YouTube channels explain it to you. Okay, you're just not going to get it. To a certain extent, you got to trust that Al Haymon knows his job because he's been in business for 40 years and not believe somebody that, dude, give me a fucking break. You don't know shit about Al Haymon. You don't like Al Haymon, but Al Haymon shouldn't like y'all. Why would he waste his time with you? If you want, let me tell you how you get Al Haymon to do business with you. By giving him something that it makes it worth his while to do it. Without a doubt, I could do business with Al Haymon. As long as Al Haymon has a reason to do business with me. As long as I tell him something where he's going to make more money or it's going to make his life easier, something has to be in it for him. And if he sees what's in it for him, then he will probably move on that. But if you have something, if you're just threatening him, with, if you don't do something with me, I'm going to run your name into the ground and I'm going to attack your organization for the next 5 years. And we're going to get people to boycott your fights. And if you don't give me what I want, dude, he's just going to look at your ass like, man, fuck you. I'm not dealing with none of y'all. Y'all are a waste of time. Where the white people I can make money for? Where the white people at? Not y'all. You guys is ignorant, bro. I got up out the hood, bro. I'm not fucking with you. Fuck on out of here, bro. You know what I mean? Like, how can you guys second guess? I don't understand how any of you can second guess Al Haymon. Dude, you guys can't second guess me. And I barely know shit. And I mean it because I don't do these deals. The people that know the deals, Manager Marty works on the deals. Rachel Donaire works on the deals. Al Haymon works on the deals. Steven Espinoza works on the deals. Leonard Ellerby works on the deals. Eddie Hearn works on the deals. Bro, you guys don't even know that Bill Haney isn't even working on the deals. He's not working on the deal with Turkey Al-Sheikh. That's going to be Frank Warren or Eddie Hearn. That's either going to be Frank Warren or that's going to be Eddie Hearn that's going to deal with Turkey Al-Sheikh to get him on a whole card. Because guess what? Turkey Al-Sheikh ain't sponsoring fights, ain't sponsoring one-off fights. Turkey Al-Sheikh is in respect to Turkey Al-Sheikh. Seriously, somebody clip Turkey Al-Sheikh and say, "Hey man, Turkey, Your Excellency, the only disrespect that I have is these people lying, okay, about what's going on, bro. When people be lying on Turkey Al-Sheikh like the shit's going out of style, like it's going out of fucking style. Claymore Rain lying on Turkey like it's going out of style." Dude, Turkey never said that he was going to offer Gervonta anything. He basically said he didn't want to talk about it. And Ali Aladepo was the one that tried to talk to him about it. And Turkey gave him the cold shoulder and kept pushing. But then Claymore used that and is probably still using that to lie on Turkey Al-Sheikh. At the same time, he's praising Turkey Al-Sheikh. Claymore, you're not doing Turkey Al-Sheikh any favors by lying about what he said. Because once I showed you what he said, I'm not mad at him for what he said. He said what he said. What I don't like is the fact that you're lying on Turkey. No, I'm telling you, 2 cents. Turkey Al-Sheikh, I've never met him. Of the things that he's done, dude, I don't have a problem with him doing what he's doing. I don't. But what I'm doing is I'm looking at, okay, this is actually what he's doing. And this is the actual ramifications of what he's doing. These are the things that he actually said. This is what the Saudi Arabian government said about the public investment fund. This is what the newspapers in Europe are saying. I'm not having a problem with him. I'm just looking at everything and saying, hey, man, this is how it could affect a poor black boxer in Philadelphia when he gets caught up into all this geopolitical financial stuff, which is well beyond his pay grade, right? So that's what I'm saying about Turkey. I'm saying don't use Turkey as a way to drag down Gervonta, because that's what you did. Watch this. You use Turkey as a way to tear down Gervonta. What does Gervonta do? Gervonta doesn't know the difference between you and Turkey Al-Sheikh. So you start bugging Gervonta about Turkey Al-Sheikh. Gervonta says, tell Turkey to give me 2 Ferraris. To you, he didn't say it to Turkey, but then Turkey hears it. Then Turkey says, I give you a fight and 2 boxing gloves. So now what do you have because you're lying asses? You have Gervonta not liking Turkey and Turkey not liking Gervonta because you guys want to lie on Turkey and use that as a way to tear down Gervonta. You literally pit the 2 against each other. When I said, dude, all I'm saying is, why in the world does Gervonta need Turkey? I don't understand. I know why I would need Turkey. I need Turkey. Oh, no, let me put it this way. I know why somebody that less subscribers would need Bill Haney than me. I don't need Bill's money. I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck how much money Bill got. Bill knows I don't need his money. Since I don't need his money, he has no leverage over me. None. And because I'm wild as fuck, you definitely don't got no leverage over me. You know what I'm saying? So, like, no leverage over me. Bill had never had any leverage over me. But people that have no subscribers, no talent, and a pension for lying, hell yeah, he got something for him. He got money because ain't nobody really watching him, because was nobody going to subscribe to you unless I co-signed you, bro. And I just unco-signed you, so you lost half your shit. Just so you know, when I unco-signed you, you lost half your shit. And I saw it. You niggas always want to talk about who the most influential is. Nigga, it's me. I'm smarter than them. I can tell you what to do. I can tell Drake Hackett, this is what you do when you dealing with, who you dealing with? Oh, you're dealing with Shelly Finkel. This is how you do Shelly. Let me tell you what to do with Shelly. Tell Shelly I don't want your money. I just want a distribution deal. I'll just stay at home. No worries. I'll live with my mama. I don't want no money. My boys got me. My boys got me. I don't need that money. I didn't go when you co-signed. I know, LaMarcus. But dog, Cass left for sure. No. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't buy. Let me say something, sir. Look, stupid. I have over 1 million views a month. Stupid. That's all I need, bitch. That's all. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, babe. That's all I need is 1 million views. That's all I need in a month. What you talking about, boy? All I need is 1 million views. I don't need you to subscribe. All I need to be able to do is walk out my door, bitch, and have 10,000 people listen to me talk about whatever I want to do for 3-4 hours a day. You think I need 300,000 subscribers, bro? There are people with 300,000 subscribers that get less views than I do. Ain't that strange? Matter of fact, I think the person that you're talking about gets less views than me about right now. I'm pretty sure our views are about the same. Strangely, people ain't getting 30, 60, 70,000 views anymore. I think that's mighty strange, don't you? It's funny how all these 300,000 YouTube channels, it's crazy how their views are about the same as mine, huh? It's mighty funny how guys with 180,000 subscribers don't get anywhere near the views I have. Champside's my guy. I like Champside. Champside's guy, I think he got 183,000. He doesn't get the views I get. On an in particular video, he could, but dude, I get about 20,000. I do about 20,000 views on every video. I just break them into 3 videos. So roughly every day, I do about a 20,000 view video. And every day I do around 6,000, 7,000 in a live stream. And I do a few thousand, I don't know, over there on Twitter. No, I'm good, bro. I'm big enough. I'm big enough. You know what I'm saying? Like when I talked about Nonito fighting Nonito Donaire. See, like Nonito Donaire, I'm bigger than Nonito Donaire. I'm bigger than Nonito Donaire. I'm 6'10". At the time, I'm 6'2". I'm 6'2", probably 275, 280 last time I saw him. Bro, he's big enough to knock me the fuck out. I'm big enough to knock you the fuck out, is what I am. I ain't the biggest nigga in the world, but I'm big enough. I've crossed the threshold. I'm big enough. Everybody knows me. I'm big enough. And also, everybody knows everything about me. Let me repeat. Everybody knows everything about me. They know what my name is, where my school is, where I grew up, where I graduated, what I used to do. They can look up my father. They can look up my brother. They can do all this stuff with me. I'm big enough that I don't even have to leave my channel. And I can fry Bill Haney sitting right here. I can cook Bill Haney sitting right here in a way nobody can cook Bill Haney. I make Bill Haney sick. I saw the look in Bill's eyes. When I went to the Boxing Voice, shout out to the Boxing Voice, while you had Punch Drunk Boxing, shout out to Punch Drunk Boxing, make my arguments, and Bill was defending and debating him with my arguments like it was easy work. I know and then I guess what I did? I got a Boxing Voice channel membership. I paid for the largest boxing channel, the Boxing Voice, on the Boxing Voice. I paid for their biggest membership just so he could see my name. And they would have to read my name while you fake like you're debating me because you got another light-skinned, somewhat black dude talking to you, asking him all that questions, asking him all them questions. that you know I can answer. Every question you ask Punch Drunk, I can answer. He can't. I can. You're never going to get damaged. Oscar De La Hoya never got damages. But you know what Oscar De La Hoya got busted doing? I know how he negotiates now. If anybody wants to know anybody want to know how to absolutely mop Oscar De La Hoya in a I don't think you can. I think those guys are so tight. They've got a good idea about what they're doing. I bet he's sitting on a ton of cash. Hey, stop fooling yourself. We all know it was frostering. Oh, no, that's not that. I meant this one. Jeep Red Boy in the building. Thank you, brother, for supporting your boy. Yeah, he did that to me. Yeah, Bill does that. Bill likes to do that. Bill Haney likes to go on channels the same time I'm on and argue about something that I said with somebody else. Dude, I couldn't believe it. I listened. I'm like, this dude went live the same time I went live to argue with somebody else about something that I said in the one time frame that you know for sure I would never hear it. I would have smoked everybody. And no, I'm not interested in going, because you better believe I've gotten invites to talk on every show that there is. And I tell everybody, no, thank you. No, I don't do interviews. I don't do interviews. I will cook what you said yesterday for 3 hours today. You know why? Because KO showed me up. And manager Marty showed me up yesterday. They made me look what you call pussy. So I'm not going to be that anymore, dog. I'm going to step up like these dudes did when they said, look, bro, who you talking about when you talking about manager Marty? If you're talking about manager Marty, say his name. If you're talking about Fanon Showbiz, say my name. I'll say your name, you say my name. Stop acting like you don't know my name. I know you're talking about me because I talked about you directly. Okay? I retorted to what you said directly. So you responded to what I said, acting like, well, he's not as big as me, so I'll just act like, you know. Nah, bro. Nah. That's not, I'm big enough. I'm big enough, bro. Trust you me. I will get paid a lot of money smoking every one of you guys' arguments. And I'm telling you, if your arguments are dumb, I'm going to put your name on that shit. I'm going to bake that shit up. And niggas are going to think of you like the biggest idiot walking. You know why? Because I'm a pro at making people look stupid. Nobody makes people look stupid better than I do. Because I'm not a nice guy. And I don't appreciate you running my name down for years. I don't appreciate Fanon the Con. When you guys keep lighting them up, Fanon, a.k.a. Professor X. Thank you, sure. Thank you, Sean Sauce. He said, yeah, they won't say my name, but all they name Ben. He said, yeah, they won't say the name. That's okay. I'm telling you, Deem, it's me, though, Deem. It's not you. I'm going to tell you right now. Right off the bat, Cass, thank you. Right off the bat. Let me know, where was I? What the fuck? Tell me where I was. I'm not muted anymore. Let me check these cash apps. And then the dude bragged about how many. Oh, people believe this. Look at the views. Bro, you can buy views, homie. You can buy views, bro. And shorts always get views. Shorts always get views. Short videos get views. I appreciate your views, bro. I appreciate your views. I do. I understand it's hard to get views and be authentic at the same time. It ain't easy. I know. It ain't easy. But, bro, don't act like niggas don't know it's me. It's me. Okay? It's me. You were saying Devin is soft. Was I saying Devin was soft? I don't think I ever called Devin soft. As soon as you said Devin's name, what is that? No, I'm just telling you, bro. Like, cats got real mad and they all got together on the channel. Bro, this shit ain't going to stop. I'm telling you, bro. You guys tell too many stories, bro. You guys are getting paid. The ways you guys are doing is not what you guys started out to do, bro. You're doing the job of the people that you used to say we shouldn't respect. So now I'm looking at what you said, and you basically told me not to respect you. Because you used to get on the Boxing Writers Association of America for doing this shit. You guys used to kill Dan Rayfield for this. Bro, y'all used to kill Dan Rayfield for not doing half of this. For real. Like, if you go back a few years and listen to what people said about Dan Rayfield having taken a hotel room from Eddie Hearn that he had to reimburse, and how that meant that Dan Rayfield was not trustworthy. You should not pay attention to him as a journalist. They ran, I'm telling you, they ran, and me too, myself included, ran down Dan Rayfield for that. I ran Dan Rayfield down for that. And you know what I've done maybe like 10, 15 times since then? I've apologized on air to Dan Rayfield. Because I'm like, man, I really regret that I ever, I'm talking about all these same guys about Dan Rayfield. I don't remember who specifically said it, but it was the general tune around journalists taking payments and getting kickbacks from promoters. And that's what media did. That's why we need a new media. The justification for a new media was that the old media was doing the things that the new media is now doing themselves, but new media is doing it even worse. That's what I'm talking about. Back when Floyd Mayweather Jr. was getting all that press, all the dogging out, people were like, oh no, media is killing Floyd. Media is killing Floyd. They're lying on Floyd. They're just telling all this stuff about Manny Pacquiao. We got to find a way to fix it. We got to find a media. We got to get new media. What we need black channels, and we need black people to represent us and make sure that Andre Ward is treated fairly, that Floyd Mayweather is treated fairly, that Errol Spence Jr. is treated fairly, that Deontay Wilder is treated fairly, and we need to be a voice for change to make sure that the old media that is misrepresenting us can no longer do it, so we unite as new media. That is the way it was sold, and what I always said was, I'm not the media. And the people that are in the media kept telling me that I'm in the media. And no matter how many times I tell them I'm not in the media, they keep trying to tell everybody in their videos that I'm the media. So I'm like, why are you trying to tell me that I'm the media when I know fuck well that I'm not the media? I am not Dan Rayfield. I am not Paul Magno. I am not doing what Chris Mannix does. I can't even do it. I don't write that I do write that well, but I don't write in that style. So what do you mean I'm media? I'm not media. This is a medium, as in I'm talking on a camera. But so is a telephone. A telephone is a medium. Telephone is a medium. Just because I'm on it doesn't make me a reporter. So anyway, these people are trying to force this shit down my throat. And I'm like, bro, I'm not new media. I'm not a media. Because you all aren't media. You're not journalists. You're not. You guys are not engaging in it. You guys are engaging in public relations. And there's a huge difference between participating in journalism and participating in public relations. Public relations is when you're trying to sell a narrative. And that's what you're doing. You're selling the Devin Haney is God narrative, Haney'S narrative. That's what you're selling. That means you're PR. PRs push narratives because they're PR. That's what they're supposed to do. That's what you are. You're new PR. You're not new media. You're new PR. And that's how you're operating. And I'm not saying that about guys like Boxing Ego. I'm not, because I know Boxing Media rocks new media. It's not him. I will say not him in a minute, because that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about people that are just making up news. Who are just making up news. Who are just saying, yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know that Gervonta Davis was going to have his fight postponed. I just knew why. Even though you never told us why before you found out that it happened. But you're right there on time. And I predicted it in the video. Put a 1 in the chat. I did a video about Gervonta Davis and Gervonta Davis's, what was it? His fight being postponed because of the venue. I did that video at 7:15, 7 o'clock in the morning, because I knew within a little bit of time there was going to be a video up by Blue Blood that was going to say it was related to money. That it really wasn't this, it was that. So I did a video and I said, you're going to hear this. You're going to hear that this is not about the venue, because guess what? The venue makes sense. You're going to hear it's about money. You're going to hear it's about the PBC going broke, because that works with their narrative. That works with the narrative. So I knew the video was coming. And not because Blue Blood was a bad guy, but because Bill wants the video made. Probably because Bill wants the video made. Because you better believe the offers that I get for doing that shit, they're going to send me a script. And they're going to say, I got a script for you. I just need for you to deliver this script in a very natural style. And here's your money. And yes, that is a going thing on YouTube. So don't tell me, Bill, that that's not what people do. There are companies that hire people for that. I get offers for it. I get offers for, if I can guarantee 25,000 videos, if I can guarantee 25,000 views, they're going to give me, let me put it this way, closer to a G than not. Closer to a G than not. I can do 10 of those, and I'm close to a stack. What do you call that, a band? I'll get a band for 10. I'll get a band for 10. So if I do 3 and 2, that's a band every 3 days. If I do 3 a day, that's a band every 3 days. That seems to me like a lot of money to get me to say a lot of shit that I don't believe because they handed me a script. Yeah, Rick Glazier got the script. Telling you. A stack is 1,000. What's a band? What's a band? Is a band 1,000? A stack is 1,000. A band? Oh, because you got a rubber bands is 10,000. A band. Yeah, that's a band in 3 days. What's a band? What's the 10,000? If a stack is 1,000, a stack ain't shit. I thought a stack. A band in a stack is what's 10,000? You niggas is talking about stacks is 1,000? You broke ass niggas, a stack is 1,000? Bro, you trying to tell me a stack and a band is a G? You broke ass niggas. I thought a stack was 10. Bro, the whole time I'm thinking when you talking about a band, I thought y'all was talking about some money. So when these, see, I'm old, bro. It's $1,000. Bro, you cannot get me to, bro, you ain't not getting me to do shit for a band. For a band? God, thank you for giving me a band. Lord, thank you for my bands. Lord, thank you for all the bands that I get. I need more bands. I need to make sure that I'm grateful for bands. But bro, a band right now was $1 when I was a kid. That ain't a lot of money, bro. Oh, anyway, okay. But dog, for real, if you can get a band, if you can get 1,000, if you can get 1,000, that's why they buy those viewers, so you know. Because once you get your subscriber count out, you can actually sell for a higher rate. That's why people will do anything to get their subscriber count up. Because once you get your subscriber count up to a certain amount, and even if you buy your views, you can still convince those companies to pay you the money because they wouldn't know the difference. Because if you can guarantee 25,000 and you can get a G for 25,000, dude, you can probably buy half of that for like $90. So say you buy 90,000, you spend $90 on the views, but you got somebody paying you $1,000 to do the video, bro. Without a doubt, dude, you can get paid off running that shit. You can get paid off running that shit down. So there goes that answer about when Bill asked me, well, why? You can just do views. Nah, bro, views don't pay. Okay, views don't pay, bro. I can bust my ass the entire day with 4 videos and a live stream and not make the money off of one video that doesn't get any views. Because somebody's willing to drop somebody's willing to drop a band on it. That's why Chuck E. Cheese be dropping $500. Fuck out of here. Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, right. Chucky my ass. Hey, Bill. Anyway, that's my opinion anyway. But again, man, I'm telling you, cards on the table, bro. I went to the hospital with mental illness. I want to let you guys know 3 years ago, when they said that I had a mental illness and I had suffered from mental illness, they were telling the truth. I did. I was out for several months, man. It was almost lasted 6 months that I was really, really, really out of it, man. And I do suffer from mental illness. I'm always at risk for that manifestation of what they referred to as mental illness. I am. It's a problem that I had in my life. So the reason that I tell you that is because that's the leverage that they had over me. See, that's the leverage that they have over me. If I tell you things that are not true, that becomes leverage against me. So I can't keep. So that's why you guys have to stop attacking people. Because when you win after KO boxing, that's too much. You can't fuck with me. You know you can't fuck with me. You literally got to find me physically to fuck with me. Which is why you say, you never see you outside. I never see you outside. I never see you outside. When are you going to show up outside? Nigga, the answer is never is when you're going to see me outside. Because you keep asking why I'm outside, and I want to know why you want to know where I am outside. So I just say, nah, you want to know where I am? Yeah, keep wondering. Keep wondering where I am. But like I said, I got 600 people up in here, bro. Bill, for 3 hours, homie. Now watch this. It's not 1,000. It's not 12. Exactly. Outside for what? No, they want to play in a sandbox, bro. These dudes want to know why you outside so they can get together and play in a sandbox. Hey, thank you, the news by Sean Saw said, nothing wrong with that, Fanon. You were a genius. Geniuses have mental breakdowns time to time. Yeah, they do. Shit sucks, bro. Don't ask for it if you don't want it. You know what also happens a lot of times? People hate them. Con men hate them. Ooh, con men hate me. Ooh, they don't like me. 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 Because there's nothing you can say, Bill. There's nothing you can say, Bill. I can't lie, bro. Bill fuck with me too much. Bill, you fuck with me too much. Let's talk about net profit, bro. Let's talk about how you can make your son some money next time. Okay? Haney family meeting. Let's talk about what we can do to make Devin some money. Let's see. Drop the lawsuit in exchange for a 3-fight deal with Golden Boy Promotions with a minimum amount paid of $1.5 million in revenue. Base it. That's it. I want 1.5, and I want to match, and I want to fight Ryan the first time, and if I beat him, I want to fight Ryan the second time. And we are going to do the pay-per-views, and guess what? We're going to sell the pay-per-views, and I'm going to get paid out of fucking revenue, Oscar, and we're going to do more than $300,000 because guess what? I would have got paid $8 million fucking dollars if I would have been paid out of revenue. And if I would never allow the word advance on my contract, you'll be good. And that's real money I can give you, bro. Real money in your hand. If you listen to me, Bill, and you do that, you're going to get a lot of money. Be first, not accurate. Hope you are the correct. Nah, they are not first. We are never first. Remember, the Haney'S tried to swindle Gary Russell with the money he was getting to fight Gamboa? Exactly. He tried to offer, basically what he did, he offered Gary Russell Jr. DAZN's money. And he was only responsible for giving it to him if DAZN agreed. But meanwhile, Gary Russell Jr. needed to not be able to fight anybody for up to a year in exchange for absolutely nothing at all that Bill Haney offered him. In the worst written contract I've seen in my life. That's an exaggeration, but not much. It's terrible. And I mean that. That I can walk through that agreement if you'd like me to. Would you like me to walk through this agreement with you and show you all the would you like me to show you the spelling errors? How it says William Haney, William spelled with an N, Haney. And how you have like redundant sentences and unnecessary clauses in there and things that work against each other and parties that should be in the agreement that aren't actually party to the agreement. I mean, it's almost like you didn't go to law school. It's almost like you didn't have any experience actually writing agreements in this situation with more than 3 parties involved. It's almost like you only had experience with contracts from reading the part that you're supposed to tell your customer about. Seems like you're a contract manager that knows what he is supposed to ask from the parties to enforce the contract. But administering the contract is not the same thing as negotiating the contract, and it damn sure ain't the same thing as writing the contract. Contract managers do not write contracts. They manage the performance of the contract. That's a big difference, Bill. So if you go walk up, talk to people that say they know contracts, but all they really know is how to pay the invoice that's due based off the contract, you're going to miss a lot of shit, Bill, because I know contracts and BFTB doesn't. And here's the thing. BFTB knows a lot about contracts because he sees contracts, but he doesn't know contracts, the legal theory of contracts. He knows the administration of it. He does not know the formation of it. He does not know the theory behind it. And he will not know the enforcement of it. And he will not know what the judge is thinking and why the judge is thinking it. So if you try to enforce that contract, you're going to run into a lot of shit because because when that judge reads it in total, he's going to be confused as to what you agreed upon. Because he's going to say, it says you agreed here, but over here, it says that you say something else. How do these two things work together? Oh, we don't know, so we have to just get rid of it. Bro, I don't know who wrote the contract with Devin. Whoever agreed to net profit made a bad decision. I don't know who was involved with writing the contract. Whoever wrote the contract that Devin signed, whoever it was that agreed to 47% of net profit fucked Devin badly. 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 And I mean badly. That is a fatal error. There's errors, but then there are fatal errors. Right? You know, it's like, you driving down the street and you make a mistake, you ain't looking and you bump into another car and you get a scratch. That's an error, right? But you can get that car fixed. If your ass is passed out and you're driving 100 miles an hour into a brick wall, nigga, you ain't getting out of that. When you agree to net profit, you are putting yourself in a scenario where you will have to trust them with what they're spending their money on. Which is why I had suggested, to Terrence Crawford, Terrence, you do not need to know the expenses, Terrence. You need to get paid out of gross revenue. Because if you're paid from gross revenue and you can predict the income based off the sales, the projected sales, the protected gate, the sponsorships, then you know how much money you're going to make. You do not need the rest of that. If the fight isn't profitable, you don't get paid. It's what you call Knockout Boxing 86 TV a fatal error. That's fatal. You are in big trouble when you agree to that, because now you got to go through the process of verifying their expenses. And that's expensive to do. And guess what? The judge is going to assume that you knew what net profit meant. So then you're going to ask the judge to make decisions about how much the value of all of these things are. Man, it's a fatal error. I've thought through it many times. I don't see why you would do that. That's a bad mistake. Because if you get paid out of revenue, Bill would not have to be asking for the books. He would only have to be asking for what you call those things. What do you call those things? That when you get paid something, they give you a piece of paper. It's called a receipt. All you need is the receipts. You need the receipts from the sponsorships. You need the receipts from the pay-per-view. You need the receipts from the gate. That's all you need. You don't need to know what they spent their money on. You don't need all of those extra pieces of information that are irrelevant to you. You don't need them. So you put yourself in an agreement where you don't have to go through all that in the back end. You just say, look, man, I understand. I don't want to be concerned about your expenses. But we're going to have to spend this money, that money, this money. Nah, bro. You can spend whatever money you want. Give me my money out of revenue, because I don't work for you. Claiming ignorance don't win you any points in courts. Hell no. Other than they could say whether or not this is a reasonable price for this expense. And guess what? They can be on the high end of everything. There's a range of costs for anything. If they decided to get the best, you cannot walk them back and say, oh, I want mid-grade. They're going to have spent something where it is egregiously overpriced, not just the high end. Okay, so if they've paid the same amount of money in the past for the same services, you can't even argue that they're overpaying, because they paid the same guys the same money before. And you give the promoter the opportunity to play with the books and make expenses up. Yeah, it's just a bad move. And then you got to go to court to look through all the books. And then you claim fraud, fraud, battery. You just claim a bunch of salacious shit to be in the media. Bro, it's a bad look, bro. Oscar, no, you do not think, dude, there's nothing about honorable. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Fanon, promotion companies have run cons both ways. No, you only run a con one way. What you mean? You do not run a con both ways. How the fuck do you con somebody with gross revenue? How do you con somebody with gross revenue? I want you to explain to me how you can con somebody with gross revenue. You can't. You have to tell me how much money you made. You have to. And then you can subpoena the information from the people that provided it. You can't con that. Dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Get the fuck away. You can't tell me, dog, I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to get mad. He's a bot. Stupid. You're out of my life, bro. Oakland brothers are respected nationwide because of our balls and our work. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. First of all, don't nobody even know no niggas from Oakland. What the fuck you talking about? Dudes from Chicago, I bet you go on the south side of Chicago, don't nobody from Oakland. And what does Oakland got to do with net profit? Because of our balls and our work. Man, fuck you talking about, bro. You're a clown. Don't nobody know Oakland dudes because of their balls. First of all, I don't even pay attention to people's balls. Like, man, only people's balls I'm thinking about are mine. What the fuck you talking about? Anyway, man. Hell no, Oscar didn't respect him, stuck his hand in your pocket. Tank just tweeted his fight is still in Houston. What? Fight still in Houston? Oh, no. Oh, no, it's because Vegas didn't want the fight. Oh, I know. Let's do it ahead of time. Okay, so now that Gervonta Davis is back in Houston, what will the excuse be? I think the excuse will be that they tried to move it to D.C., but they could not afford to do the fight in D.C., and that they tried to get the fight in Vegas, but Vegas didn't want the fight because they didn't know who Lamont Roach was, so he was forced to go back and fight in Houston. Shit about that. What is that? Oh, it said the people I know from Oakland claim where they stay now. Honestly, man, I never heard that reputation about Oakland. Oh, I'm telling you, man, Cali, I only know LA in Cali. That's it. I don't think most people in Chicago even know Oakland got a lot of black people in it. We don't think about Oakland. Oakland's like a little what the fuck ever. That's Oakland. You know what I mean? That's how people in Chicago, that's how I think about it. That's Oakland. Fuck, I don't even want to go to Oakland for. Oakland's like Oakland's like a poor man's Indianapolis. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I want to go to Oakland, I'll go to Indianapolis or Detroit or some shit. You got them on that one, Martin. They definitely will use that. Hell yeah, they're going to be like, they could not go anywhere else, and that's why they don't have money. That's why they wound up going back, because they didn't know what they were going to do, and eventually they're going to do some shit like that. Man, thank y'all for y'all support. I had a lot of people in the chat today, twice as many as y'all had. Hey, y'all, go buy some viewers. Go buy some Hey, this one dude used to come on the air with me all the time, bro. Hey, dude, check this shit out. Dude, after I busted dude for having way too many goddamn viewers in his live streams, bro, his live streams got realistic the next one. Dude, if your live streams were real, you know you would have had 100,000 in there. You would have had 100,000 in there for that fight with Regis Prograis and Jack Catterall. There should have been 100 people. There should have been 100,000 people in there, not 36. Not 36. He cut that shit way down because his numbers were so ridiculous that people have to know ain't no way. Dog, I'm telling you, everybody on YouTube content creators are like, ain't no way. They're like, bro, like, dog, I thought you were killing it till I saw that. Now I know, hey, bro, you're probably not even killing it. You probably just faking it till you actually make it. I'm telling you, bro. Telling you. Anyway, we're going to hear that shit for sure. You know it. One more link, bro. Because I told you, man, I'm done. I said people's names today. You guys can feel free to say my name. You can feel free to lie on me. You can feel free to call me. What y'all call me? Gay. You can call me. Say I fell in love. I fell in love with a stripper and ran to Hawaii. You can do whatever you want to do. Say whatever you want to say. You can say whatever you want to say. But use my name while you do it. Tell me how I lied and how you really know me behind the scenes and how I apologize to you for this and how I really think that. And yeah, go ahead and do all of that shit. Because, dog, KO Boxing is killing you. KO Boxing bodied Blue Blood. Bodied him. KO Boxing bodied BFTB. Bodied him. I got to tell you, I got to give the honest, man. I got to hand out that casket for. I got to hand out that casket. Dog, you guys got KO problems, bro. And manager Marty problems. Don't fuck with Fanon. You got manager Marty problems and you got KO Boxing problems. Because KO is about to have 400 people in his live stream all the time, pretty soon. If you look at KO's chart upwards, KO's chart upwards is going to have more people in his live streams than both of y'all combined at the same time, unless you go buy viewers. And that's KO boxing. That's why I say I'm done, because there's somebody in the evening that is smoking y'all. I'm in the morning. That dude's in the evening. And Manager Marty's in the evening. And I'm telling you, man, if you guys go listen to them, go listen to them. Oh, talking to a Toyota Center employee? What? What up, Camo? Hey, hold on. Let me let this guy up. What up, Camo?
What's going on, OG? How you feeling? What up, Phoenix?
Man,
Hey, how's it going?
I'll let y'all cook for a second, man. I'll be right back. You good, Phoenix?
Well, hold on.
Yeah. I got some time.
Why you say Oakland a poor man Indy, man? Y'all come to Nap. Oh, come to Nap, man. Yeah,
You from Indianapolis, right?
I ain't from this hellhole, but
I said Oakland is a poor man's.
Okay.
Right, so it means it's not as live as Indianapolis. It's more like fucking Fort Wayne.
Yeah,
like I know it's like somewhere. Oakland is somewhere between Fort Wayne and Indianapolis, bro. Ain't nobody trying to hear
nothing in between.
Shout out to Oakland, but ain't nobody sweating Oakland, bro. You ain't got nothing there. We ain't got times 10, except for sun and fucking orange trees or some shit.
and corn.
They got the Raiders.
What do they got? Oh, they
Raiders.
got the Raiders. I don't need no Raiders. Hey, real quick, let me let Michael Dems. Hold on 1 second. Michael Dems, what you need, brother?
Hey, what's good, man? How's it going? Can you hear me?
I'm good. Hey, I'm gonna let Phoenix the assassin. Phoenix, do you have any time? Phoenix.
Yeah. I got.
Oh, you breaking up. I gotta stay. You breaking up too bad. All right, so what's on your mind, Camo? Go ahead, man. And then I'll get to Michael Dems.
So I just wanted to say what's up. I'm listening. I'm tuned in. I ain't really got nothing to say else, but man.
All right, man. We'll come back if I stay on too much long, bro.
Yeah.
You know, I always like talking to you, bro. You basically are for the MH. You like the #1 MH Blackwell commenter, because you're the first person ever to ask me some questions about like witchcraft and shit. So I was like, okay, I'll fuck with him over there.
I stay tuned in, you know. I mean, on the, as far as Tank go, look, they know Tank he'll stick knuckle, elbow deep within everybody's chin. I mean, niggas cannot fucking with Tank, man. Like I've been said, and I stand on it. Tank knocking the valence electrons up off of niggas is over with. Not fucking with him. Not trying to hear what nobody else say. But shit, besides that, I'll let Phoenix cook.
All right, bro. I'll get back. Michael Dems, what's up?
Hey, man, you can hear me?
I can.
Okay, hey, how you doing, Fanon, man? I'm just tapping in. It's been a minute, man.
Yes, sir. Good to see you, man. You got something? Do you want to talk about something, or you just saying what's up?
You know, I had a fight. I had my fight last week, and man, it was a beautiful night of boxing.
Oh, so you won?
Yeah. I posted a couple clips on my page. I knocked the guy down, won it around, got the knockdown, and the rest of the fight was just a brutal beatdown.
Oh man, congratulations, man.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll check it out, man. I'll put it up on the channel, man. I'll go look it up.
Appreciate it, yes, man. Sir. I'm driving right now, so it's probably kind of loud. I just wanted to hop in and say what's up, man. Salute to you. You know, it's all love and support from me over here.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I need it, bro, because, you know, no, we got to get rid of all this noise, bro. It's got to go. All right, bro.
It definitely does.
Yeah, the noise has got to go. All right, bro. Peace.
Yeah, peace.
All right, you still there, Phoenix?
Yeah, you hear me okay now?
Yeah, you good now. I'll let you cook.
Yeah, you hear me all right? Okay,
yes,
good.
Sir. I hear you.
Good. All right. So yeah, man, like between you and KO, it's gonna be funny because they're gonna be afraid to wake up and have to deal with you, and they're gonna be afraid to go to sleep because they're gonna have nightmares after dealing with KO. Cause man, like all the stuff they be saying with all these, man, it's crazy. They be making up story after story after story. Like you were saying about Blue Blood, like, man, every single clip, every single video he posts, the title always say breaking news. Or he posting up a video, leaked sparring footage. That wasn't leaked. It should have been on YouTube for 5 years now. And he's talking like it's brand new. Like, man, like these channels, it's crazy to see all that stuff. And then like just the fact that there are so many like that,
and very few like you, KO, the Boxing Eagle, like the guys that's actually sticking to facts. Like it's crazy to see the disparity in that. And for me, it's one of those things where it's like I've been saying, the more they talk, the more they get exposed. And we seeing that with Bill, talking about Devin signed up for that 24/7, 365 testing. And then was found out, hey, Victor Conte said, nope, nope. There's no fighter since Nonito Donaire that had done that in 2012. Since 2012, when Nonito decided he was going to be the one to actually go through and do that, nobody else has done that. They get ready for it, during training camp, but they're not doing it the way Nonito was. So you got to give props to Nonito Donaire for that, because he was the one of the few, the only one that said, "Hey, I'm gonna do this all through the year, 24/7, 365, and show that I'm a clean fighter." The fact that it's been 12 years since then, and not a single other one is doing it, it's like it make you question things. It make you question things like how many of these guys is actually on the up and up, and then how many of them is just managing to skate by with whatever they're using. And then of course, this whole situation with Ryan and the way they talking about it, man, the fact that I say this, reading is one of the most undervalued skills that somebody can have. Well, reading and comprehension, because like some people read, but then they don't really comprehend. And like the fact that we looked at what it said in that decision from the New York State Athletic Commission, or not New York, which one? Yeah, it was New York State Athletic Commission on the fight for Devin and Ryan. And they said because he failed to notify them of the supplements he was taking. Nothing about, he's suspended because he got Ostarine in the system. Nothing about that. But the fact that it explicitly says what it is in there, you still got people who's saying the entire opposite, bringing up stuff that's not up in there at all. Like, man, that stuff is just confusing to me. It's confusing to me. I don't get it. I really don't get it. But I will say this. For that whole Haney coat. They looking like they about to end up the same way as Jim Jones coat, or like David Koresh. Like it's going to be a combination of the two. The way that things is going down for them, they're going to drink a whole bunch of Kool-Aid and they'll be asleep by the time everything burned down. And that's the way I see things going for their asses, because man, this many lies.
And no, bro, dude, seriously? Dog, when your machine, dog, once they lift that motherfucking curtain, excuse my language, mama. Once you pull the curtain and you see the Wizard of Oz sitting back there, dog, people get real upset about that, man. Okay, and
so you mean you ain't magic?
You butt naked in the wind, bro. What?
Oh, they're like, oh, you mean so you not magical?
Yeah, like, oh, that's not real. Like, telling you, bro, social media, I'm telling you, man, social media is crazy. I'm telling you, bro, there was a live stream when I did something, like I caught it here. Like I really caught it one time because I do my live streams all the time, right? And I know how many people are in my live streams, right? And I know like consistency, like I know the numbers, right? And so I know the numbers. So there is somebody that put on a live stream like around the same time that I did, and they were like had 1,500. They had 1,500 people in the live stream for like 3 straight days. But I was like, dude, I know exactly how many live stream people show up to this person's live stream. It's usually between 350 and 400. So there's no reason why there should be 1,500 people standing here during this conversation. There's no way. So I waited. I just was like, okay, let me watch. It was like 3 days, and then it went right back to normal. And I was like, okay, I get what happened. This particular person figured out, hold on, this is too expensive. It's not going to work. And people know that this ain't really my people, because this person, of all the people around that group, this person is the least likely to straight up lie. Now, he will say something like, hey, man, I'm going to rep my people, and I'm going to say what I got to say in order to help my people. But he'll be very, very hesitant to get caught out like that. But I saw it happen 2 times. So I was like, once it stopped, I was like, okay, basically he said, let me try it. It's not, the money doesn't work. Because the reason why people can buy views and they can buy subscribers is only if the cost of the views and the cost of subscribers is significantly less than the amount that they get paid. So for a channel that doesn't have a sponsor, it doesn't make any sense to buy views, because you may have to pay $100 to get, say you have to pay $100 to get 20,000 views, but 20,000 views on YouTube only pays you $20. That's a losing proposition. But if you can have somebody that's going to pay you $1,000 a video, no matter how many views you get, then you can literally buy all of it, because to buy it all is only going to cost you $200, but they're paying you $1,000, and that company that's paying you that doesn't have a way to verify the views. So you're actually not conning the boxers, you're actually conning the sponsors, because the sponsor thinks that you're actually driving those numbers. But then they'll eventually look and say, hold on, I sponsored them for something, but nobody's buying this product of mine, right? Because you think you're being seen by 5,000 people, but you're really not. That's what people are doing. But that's why I'm telling you, you wind up getting guys to 300,000. But once you get to 400,000, you're going to have to stop. Because if you get to a channel that got 1.2 million versus of bought viewers, and you're doing, no, it's not going to work. At a point in time, they're going to be like, hold on, there's no way you're that big. You're talking about boxing. Like, there's no fucking way in the world anybody in the United States is going to have 10,000 people in an hour on their channel at 8 o'clock in the morning watching and talking about Monster Inoue fight. It's just no fucking way. The only way that you're going to get that is if you're in Japan, or somebody is literally pumping your video specifically to a bank of people in Japan. Or more than likely, somebody just paid you $2,000 to do the live stream, and you spent $1,000. You spent $300 that are on the video, on the viewers. Like, bro, that's how business people think about YouTube channels. If you're going to be invested by somebody else, right? Like, say I want to get bought by Fight Hype, I will spend all kind of money to get myself viewers, to get myself subscribers, to make my numbers look big, so that they can look at me and they can say, oh, this guy's really impressive. He's really making a big mark. Let me hire him. And I'll hire him for X amount of money, right? If you can do it, if you're making money that way, if you want it to be your career like that, that's why you buy views and do all that, because you can make more money by doing it than you can just hustling for super chats. I don't know if you guys notice this shit, but it's hard as fuck to get super chats, because you got to have the same people giving you super chats over and over and over and over again. At a certain point in time, no matter how much my guy Phenomenal Show fucks with me, he's not just going to keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it every day. You got to be like, okay, I'll, a little bit here, a little bit there, right? But if you have somebody that just is a big organization that is really looking at it from the point of view of having 16 different channels doing it and getting the message out, they may be okay with losing some money on you, but they're making more money on other things. You got to understand, the boxing community and YouTube is being commercialized. YouTube, and people don't understand the progression sometimes, because YouTube went from literally just us kicking it. And being like, oh, it's a great way to talk boxing between us 6 people. We can all see each other, right? We can all be on the panel. We can talk each other all day. It was like being on the phone or some shit. But that's not what it is now. Now it's like being on stage. Now it's like you're a star. Now it's like you walk out, you get recognized. Dog, when I started YouTube boxing, you walk outside, the people it was a shame. Like, seriously, you were shamed for having YouTube channels. I had to hide my fact that I had it from a YouTube channel from people for a while. It's like, you got a YouTube channel? You're a loser? What kind of loser are you? What's going on with your job? And I'll be like, man, look, honestly, I think I can make a lot of money doing this shit more than I could retiring. But people didn't understand it, right? But now that's not how it is. Now you got young people that want their whole career to be on YouTube. They see it as a way to really grow up and be famous and break from this over into commercial things. They see what Superwoman did. They see what Jake Paul did. They see what people do through social media now. So now people are not using it, the boxing conversation, for the sake of educating each other. We're using it so that we can become a star. Now you got niggas literally doing fucking dance videos and fucking music videos. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, that shit.
Hey, I seen that.
That's, you understand how wildly different that is from just wanting to have a conversation about boxing?
Oh yeah.
It's like you can tell it's totally focused on you just looking for a second. You just have to look for a second. Because its only value is the view. That's it. There's no intellectual nothing coming out of that. Like, you can talk to me all day. I'm telling you. You can talk to me, and I can give you 5, 6, 7 different things of intellectual value for you. Out of a conversation, bro. These niggas are sitting up there talking about Gervonta Davis. I really think Javante Davis needs to fight Jerron Ennis. Now, see, when that was said to Greg Hackett, Greg is a polite dude. He is being a little bit political, right? I think, because his face did this. Like, his face squinched. Like who the fuck would say that? Like look, it squinched. You could see. And he collected his face real quick. But I was like, yeah, that's what do you think that, man, he don't want to say anything bad about Gervonta getting killed by Jerron Ennis. But dog, they still push the shit just so you can say something about it, not because they think it's true.
Like when they was talking about, oh, Tank is gonna fight Keith Thurman or something like that. I was like, what? Like these people, man. Like I noticed, like this change. I kind of feel started like, because I stopped watching YouTube boxing channels for a minute, for like 5 years.
Yeah, you should.
And it was just like this last year and a half where I started like looking at channels to see what's up with them, and it's like, man, so much has changed. Like in the 5 years before that. So it's like since what 2016, 2015, around that time was when I was like, yeah, these channels is kind of bogus, you know. So I cut that off and just stuck to, you know, listening to actual news from people that I felt like you could actually trust with the facts. So, you know, like I checked out Fight Hype a lot, Dan Raphael, like I listen to all them, you know, but the YouTube channels, oh nah, man, because that's like a sad can of worms. And the way that it is right now, I don't see it getting any better. Like the only thing we can hope for.
Oh no, it's getting better.
I think the one thing that'll make it better is for Devin to come back and get whooped again.
Bro, this is what's going to make it better. It is always going to be a section for black people to get together and talk boxing. And whenever, as long as there's a group boxing and really want to get together and talk and enjoy each other's company, there's always going to be somebody that is willing to be able to provide that service for people. Always. So like when I was listening to KO, and I got to be a little bit of an honesty here, okay? Honesty. So many people told me that KO boxing sounded like me that I didn't want to listen to KO. Because I was like, I don't want to listen too much because he does remind me of myself, and I don't want to be agitated if he says something that's the same thing that I said, because I know that you always think that somebody got something from you. But the fact is that he could have gotten those same thoughts and same ideas without ever talking to me, because I got all of those ideas and thoughts without ever talking to him. So who am I to say that that was not his original thought, as long as he explains it in a way that is crisp, concise, and proves the point, because nobody owns logic. But when I listened to him yesterday, I was like, oh yeah, I don't have to worry about that at all, because he doesn't think anything like me. He thinks like this. But it's basically, we both think logically. So I'm telling you, the more that I talk to young black men that got sense, like Camo that came by here, the more that I see guys like Manager Marty, I see guys like I mean, there's a lot of them, really. There's some guys that, I mean, whose names I listen to their videos, like Reggie Owens, Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens. I had a fallout with Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens years ago, but I always watch his stuff, because he really is somebody that is he's telling you what he actually thinks, and he's thinking it through. He may not be somebody that I agree with, or I may not have the same perspective, but I'm never going to have anything but respect for him because of his intellect. Like, no joke, Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens is not a channel a lot of people talk about, but he really, really is a very, very, very perceptive guy, and he talks about the LDBC and the stuff going on over there a lot. So what I'm saying is, no, we just have to point out Bill. That's it. Because the fact that people make money on YouTube is never going to change. What we should do is we understand that the value we give somebody, the value of ourselves when we support someone. So if I support somebody, it's going to be because I think that they push my message forward as well. But not my message because it's my message, but because I represent the same thing that they represent. So for me, it's a strategic thing. I want KO Boxing to do very, very well. And the reason why I want him to do well is because I can't talk 24 hours, 7 days a week. And if he can have the energy in the evening and 4 or 5 other guys keep talking about this, eventually the boxing higher ups are going to hear it. And they're going to get corrected. And they're going to say, oh, I thought that these guys were the ones that were really speaking for them. Oh, they're not. They're really just they're just trying to get my money by faking it. Right? Because I'm going to tell you, the second somebody finds out that you faked your viewers, dude, to get that contract with them, they're going to sue your ass. Okay? Because that's fraud. So for whatever reason, you guys have these videos. I'm telling you, I'm warning you. Just warning you. I could be wrong about these ridiculous amounts of views. But if you are selling those, if you are selling yourself based on those views and those views are not 100% accurate, and that organization finds that out, they're going to run your name sideways and they're going to sue the shit out of you for fraud. And in fact, they could call the police and your ass can go to jail for fraud. You cannot buy videos. You cannot buy viewers, buy subscribers, and then charge an hourly rate to people for those fake ass views. So I'm telling you, I'm warning you guys ahead of time. You should always be above reproach. If you have
some integrity.
Yes, there's always going to be boxing channels. If I die tomorrow, there's going to be somebody that is going to understand that you have to be beyond, you have to maintain your integrity, but you have to be beyond reproach. Everything that you do as a black man, I'm telling you, has to be beyond reproach. Because if you are not beyond reproach, you always risk yourself with somebody doing something to you. So I have to tell the truth about my illness. I have to tell the truth about who I am, because I know that if I do not, I will be like a Diddy dude. You know what I mean? You always got to do crazy shit because somebody got dirt on you. Right? Because somebody got dirt on you. You guys got dirt on you, just so you know. Bill Haney got all the dirt on all of you. Believe it. Bill Haney has all the dirt on all of you. So, yeah, you're not going to go sideways of Bill anytime soon. But Bill ain't got no dirt on me. So I can sit up with straight facts, look him in his face and say, bro, look, never get net profit again. And whoever told you net profit and missed that, bro, they were not a professional. And if you leave your professional responsibilities to amateurs, you deserve what you get. Yes, sir.
Damn right. Great conversation, bro. And I always appreciate hearing your insight on things like this, because man, when you don't know much about a subject or any particular matter, hearing from somebody who does and have that perspective, that's always something that I think is enriching. So, appreciate that, man.
Yeah. So, dude, don't pay attention to numbers on YouTube. Number one, don't pay attention to the numbers of somebody has on their channel. It does not matter if I have 146,000 people, because 146,000 people do not watch everything I do. If 300,000 subscribers was really what it was, that most important thing, then you would have 300,000 or 400,000 on every video, but you don't. That subscriber total is just the number of people that pressed a button at some point in time. Okay, but that doesn't get you anything as the viewer. I think that you should take in content that adds to you. And it doesn't add to you with misinformation. It doesn't add to your confusion. The channels that I've talked about today are purposely adding to your confusion. You should go to people like KO Boxing and Manager Marty, who are trying to eliminate your confusion. Okay? Because you're very confused right now. You don't know whether Javante's fighting or not fighting. You don't know whether he ducked or didn't duck. You're in conversations for hours and hours and hours trying to figure out what's going on from this side and that side. Well, let me tell you, there's one side that is loving that you're confused. And that's what they want. They want your confusion. That's why Boxing Hacker always comes up and says, well, we don't really know. We don't really know. We don't really know. Why? Because he wants to keep you confused. Okay? They want to keep you confused. Gervonta Davis has got this huge contract. Well, you know, my sources say that he ain't even got paid. So I don't really know. It's confusion. No, it's not. They want confusion. Life has confusion because because Gervonta's not going to tell you everything. So they're going to ask you every question that for information you don't have and act like that is relevant to the I'm telling you, there's just so many ways that we can go through this. They are leading a misinformation campaign, period. That is my opinion. I believe that this is not an accident. This is not random people with different opinions. This is one group of people with a script who go out every day for money to sell you a product. And that product is called Devin Haney. And they are either going to sell you buying Devin Haney or they're going to sell you not buying Gervonta. But either way, they're going to do both. Buy Devin, don't buy Gervonta. Devin is the greatest. Javante Davis, no matter what he does, something's wrong with it. And you're going to hear that until Bill stops paying him, in my opinion. That's me looking on the outside, looking in, and me being a large YouTuber, that's what they tell me, and me getting offers for work with other channels not even related to the topic that we're discussing. So once I knew and I did the math that, I can go do videos for you and you're going to pay me that. Oh, I can buy all these. All I got to do is buy the live streams. All I got to do is buy the views. Oh, but what should I do? Oh, I shouldn't do that, Martin. Why shouldn't you do that, Martin? Because if YouTube ever finds out, then they're going to kick me off the channel. They're going to kick me off because that'll be in violation of my contract with Google. Like you're in violation with your contract with Google if you're buying views. Because guess what? They pay revenue on fake views. If they pay you revenues on fake views, you know what that means they did? That means your contract partner, Google, charged advertisers money for commercials being shown on videos with views that aren't real. So the advertiser is going to, and you better believe, they get those reports. And those reports tell people whether or not whether they verify your views or not. But just because you go to somebody that got an unverified natural source of views that works for the money that you're spending for the sake that you're getting those sponsorships for, bro, when they find that out, what up, 2 Cent?
Yeah, that would be game over. Hey, man, I'm going to go ahead and roll out. But, great talking to you as always.
Yes, sir. I try to make people mad today.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yes, sir. All right, man, get back.
All right, y'all take it easy.
Yes, sir. 2 Cent, what up?
What's going on, Fanon? What up, chat? Can y'all hear me clearly? I know my signal be a little off in my office.
Nah, you good.
Oh, okay. I just want to come up here and get my 2 cents about the topic real quick. Like I said in the chat, there seems to be like a common sense movement going on in boxing, in my opinion, as far as information is going as well. And the whole premise of my channel is, we talk everything boxing and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. So that's cool. But what I was really trying to get across is I'm interested in your opinion and what you have to hear, but I also want to know, why do you think that? Because a lot of these people like to, I can't hear you.
Go ahead. I'll listen to the end. Just go ahead. Finish up.
Oh, yeah. And because a lot of these people just like to go around and they just hear stuff and then they like to repeat it like you didn't think that through. Now, it's cool if you want to, you believe these things that sound like it could be plausible to you, but it's just the ridiculous stuff that I don't understand why people can't filter out. Like some of the stuff that they say off the rip, you should be like, okay, well, that don't make no sense. Like thinking that Gervonta Tank Davis is not taking a fight because of the money. That makes absolutely no sense when these guys are under contract. It doesn't make any sense to even think that. So that'd be my whole thing about a lot of these channels. It's an intent to misinform their audience And what I noticed that they like to do is say something that's factual and then throw a lot of other stuff behind it that just absolutely doesn't make any sense. Or they like to put these sensational things in their titles. And, you know, a lot of people don't like to watch videos or go through the whole video, and then they just go around repeating it. And it's like, dude, that's not what they meant. That's not what they said. Or even if they said that, why do you think that even makes any sense? Like, I got a whole video up. I just put it up yesterday where I was having a debate on my channel debunking the whole Loma tank thing. And I got the videos of, I mean, and I keep talking about this and going back to this because reasons like people won't take the business part of boxing. They just won't accept it, because when you accept it, you understand that it kills so many quote unquote narratives that these people are trying to make. But again, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, so it's really just all you know, entertainment quote unquote purposes, and it's fun. But at the same time, some of these things and stuff that they're saying could be detrimental to these boxers' career. I'm not sure how much weight, and I want to ask you, like, how much weight do you think the YouTube commentators about boxing and things like that as a whole really have on the market as far as the boxers go?
A lot. Massive amount. Massive amount. Well, let me tell you why.
Okay.
Go ahead. No, finish.
No, I was going to say, and I was thinking, I was wondering that when you was mentioning, you know, as far as Al Haymon and him getting behind some of these channels to market some of the fighters. And I don't understand why, like, if somebody was like, hey, this is a fighter, we would like for you to help us promote or market this fighter on your channel. I don't understand why there has to be so much deception in that. It doesn't have to be deceptive.
Well, so let me make sure I got to get the short version of the question. So you wanted me to know, is it influential that they do this? The answer is absolutely yes, because it is an echo chamber. See, what happens is if I say something and I make a very solid point, well, and let me do this. I'm going to do this in as academic a way as I possibly can. I want to talk about the word influence. Influence is not the number of people that you say that you speak to. That's not me. I don't consider my influence being the number of people that I speak to. I consider my influence being the power of my argument. Because if I can make you view the world in a way that I view the world, you're going to walk out with the lenses that I put on your eyes. So now I have a conversation. So then now you walk around and everything you see within the context of the goggles that I put on your eyes. Right? So my opinion is viral. Not my presence. My argument is viral. If I can convince you to think the way that I think, that we should pay attention to logic, that we should know that if two things cannot be true at the same time, then one of them are not true. And if one of them are not true, that makes that person a liar. And if that person is a liar, then what's the phrase? Falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. Latin phrase, which means if you're false in one thing, you're false in all. Once you understand that and you catch one person saying that something is false, you have to double check everything they say. That's all I'm saying, is that you have to, that's my argument. Be logical. If it's logical, fine. You can believe it, even if it's not true. But if it's true and it's not logical, you should still doubt it and wonder what you're missing. So I've taught people to use the fallacies. I've taught people to use logic to recognize, for example, I've taught people how to recognize the patterns of Boxing Hacker. When I listened to Boxing Hacker debate people yesterday, he was getting mauled because everybody knew what he was doing. I got offended for a second because I was like, wow, man, they're using my argument. But once again, remember, I don't own logic. I can only teach you logic. But once I teach you logic, logic will then apply. You will apply logic to everything else, and then people will not be able to pull the wool on your eyes. So that's why I'm saying that I am more influential. Because I can talk to you, 2 Cent. I can explain what your problems are. I can give you the tools necessary to go solve your problems. And that will be self-defense against the people that want to influence you. So what I've done relative to Bill Haney and all the influence that they've had, and I mean this, I have absolutely gutted their internal philosophy. And I've done it over the series of years. I was consistent with pointing out hypocrisy from Bill Haney in every single solitary instance. And I did it with every single thing, every argument. And over time, the tide started turning. Before I was inundated, and I was so stressed out I had to go to a hospital. Then I was like, no, and I figured it out. I was like, okay, this is going on. And I'm telling you, as experienced as I was, in my life, I'd never dealt with that level of pressure. That level of attack on me, global attack on me, where I was having people that were with MTK Global in Europe calling me a pedophile. And I had other people calling me this and calling me that, and people, all kind of stuff was going on. So I had to take some time out, and I was like, oh, you know what, bro? I'm going to understand what these guys are doing. And that's what I did. So over time, people started noticing. And now you have a whole cottage industry of people making money frying Bill Haney. I would be very interested to know how much money KO earned from his live stream yesterday. I'm not going to ask him. How much money does he make from his videos? How much is this channel growing? And I consider that making a dent in this lying machine that they got going on. And then when I saw Manager Marty's doing the same thing, but he's doing the same thing on a different angle. And then you have Big Dog Willie, right? And then you've got people like, I'm telling you, got people like Knockout, like Punch Out. Like Punch Drunk. Shout out to Punch Drunk. Dude, Punch Drunk debated Bill Haney with my argument. Now, you can't tell me that I'm not influential if the Boxing Voice is going to put my argument on without me. And what did I do? And I mean it, I did it. And I got nothing but respect for Ness and them. I made sure they saw my name in that stream because they had blocked everybody that was not a member from commenting. So I couldn't just comment. So I had to pay whatever I paid. I paid the top dollar, $19, $20 membership just to say hello. And Bill looked like he wanted to puke and didn't say anything to me. And Ness read my name so fast, it was like he said, Phenomenal International Boxing, thank you very much, goodbye. He said that shit like this. Oh, we got Phenomenal International Boxing here, goodbye. Meanwhile, who did you have there? Punch Drunk doing this to me. And I was like, in the back of my mind, I was like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Punch Drunk. I'll follow behind that. Don't worry, I'll do a whole live stream the next day. What is what I was thinking. So look, bro, you cannot tell me I'm not influential, bro. You got light-skinned dudes from Chicago all of a sudden getting 1 million views, bro. Anyway, whatever, bro. You can say what the fuck you want, nigga. I know I'm influential. I got a Hall of Famer, bro. That's Tommy Hearns. That's Tommy Hearns, bro. Nonito Donaire was on the show the other day, bro. Leonard Ellerby knows me, bro. You don't tell me shit. And you know why? Because they all know that you've been lying on them. And it's only a matter of time, bro, that you guys are going to be in a good position. Because they've been lying on everybody. They have nowhere to go. Nobody's even hardly watching their channels. There used to be the LDBC logo and hashtag. There used to be thousands, bro. I mean, I swear to God, every time you go to a live stream, like a Fight Hype live stream, it would be hashtag LDBC, hashtag LDBC, hashtag LDBC, all up and down it, bro. You can go there now, bro. You don't see that at all. Because Bill Haney took it all away. And I'm going to say that I don't care. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Because I never needed any of them. Trust you me, I was growing faster without them before I got there. And I grew faster without them when I left. Didn't get kicked out, I left. I took that hashtag off. And you know why I took the hashtag off? Because Bill Haney told me he owned it. So I told Bill, oh, you own the LDBC? Okay, great. I will never use the LDBC hashtag again. That was easy for me. No, oh, you own the hashtag? No worries. Have the hashtag. That's easy.
Wow, he owned it. That's crazy.
Dude, Bill Haney told me a conversation with me, and this is definitely not defamation of character. I said I had nothing to do with the negotiation between Gary Russell and Devin. And that the only reason I talked about it at all is because I was helping out 78 Sports TV. And I was being a cat's paw for 78. I will help negotiate this deal because I am a cat's paw for him. So I said, he got mad at me. And I said, look, man, the only reason I'm doing this is because of 78 and the LDBC. I'm just really just trying to help these guys out. So Bill got mad at me. And I was like, Bill, you know, niggas get loud. But dog, I get loud. So I was just calm. And I'm like, fuck is up. Anyway, so that's when I got rid of that's when I stopped using that hashtag. And I didn't get thrown out of the LDBC. The LDBC asked, I got a call from Drew Titan, and Drew Titan said, hey, man, everybody wants to meet with you. And I was like, Drew, I'm sick. I basically said that to Drew Titan. Drew, I really don't think I can talk to anybody. I don't think I can talk to anybody probably for a month. It may be 2 months before I can talk to him. And they were like, man, I don't really know, dude. I don't think you got enough time for that. And I was like, bro, and I thought to him, I was like, man, get enough time for that. Dude, I don't need you. And I told him, I was like, bro, I don't need y'all. Dude, I had enough money, bro, really, where I can take 6 months off from my job, bro, and just for my own health. I don't need you niggas. Like, for real. Like, I don't understand why you guys don't get it. I don't need you. Like, I need Barbara D. I need boxing. I do. I love what I do. But, bro, I'm not what you think I am, dog. And I can absolutely destroy your organization with logic. Trust me. Dude, you do not want to see me use logic on your organization. You do not want it. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. You don't. I can break down your entire organization, your legal structure. I can know where you're walking, where you're going, what you're going to. Dog, I'm telling you. You don't want that with me. And because the people that I used to work with didn't want that with me. So I was like, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. So I come to talk boxing and think I'm done talking snake. I think I'm just talking with my people. You know what I'm saying? For real, I think I'm talking to black people. I'm talking about people from neighborhoods like me that are like me, right? And I'm thinking, yeah, man, there's some things I can help these dudes out with. Man, and all of a sudden, bro, it's like, man, here comes this bullshit again. So what I'm gonna do is I think God put me in a position to tell y'all what's up. You are better off trusting mainstream media than you are any YouTube channel. I don't care who it is. You are better trusting Dan Rayfield. You are better trusting that guy Shava from ESPN, Rodriguez. You are better off trusting them than you are any YouTube channel. I do not care because that's where we get our information from. And they are actual journalists that are going to hold themselves responsible to journalistic standards. At least they will try to. You will never catch Mike Coppinger doing what these guys are doing. Mike Coppinger is too smart. Mike Coppinger knows how to do it without doing it. Mike Coppinger knows how to write, knows what plausible deniability is. These guys have no plausible deniability. They are just ass out swinging in the wind. Because you say you believe that Gervonta Davis is going broke. Fuck do you think that? There's no logic for that. Anyway, man, I know I'm going off on this for a little bit, man, but I want it all to end because I think I played a role in it. I convinced people that they knew how to argue. I was guilty of giving people arguments that made more sense than theirs, which allowed them to act like people thought they were more intelligent than they were because they were stealing I was giving them my material. I didn't mind ghostwriting for people. I ghost wrote for them. I ghost wrote their deals. I ghost wrote it. That's what you call when I said I was cat's pawn. I told those guys to have a non-binding term sheet. Those guys didn't even know what it was. And so I sat and taught them a class on internet for like 45 minutes in front of thousands of people, bro. That's what I was. I was the ghostwriter for them when you guys thought they had sense. But when I was no longer there, they didn't have anybody making sense. So now their arguments are sprawled all over the place.
Well, honestly, I feel like you you can tell, you know, to me, it's like you can tell, like, some of these content creators aren't dumb because it's like, how can I explain it? It's like you're being so ridiculous. It's kind of like you're being
I'm
so
talking to Cano.
ridiculous.
Okay.
Huh?
I know Camo was talking to me. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, it's like you're being. It's like I can
Hey,
tell you're not
real
a
quick, I
dummy.
think he just wanted to say something quick. Go ahead, Camo.
No, I'm just piggybacking off of what 2 Cents is saying. I definitely agree, but it's more than them just blatantly lying. They use a lot of deceptive techniques like double speak. Of course, that's one of their favorite ones, and omission of information. That's what I've noticed too. So yeah,
What did you notice?
they double speak a lot, and they use omission of information. So
Give me
they
an example.
of the double speak or the omission. So how they would double speak, like, or the omission of information. For example, when fuck it, I'll just put his name out there like Blue Blood. You know how he'll start his stuff off and he'll come on and he'll give you Tank's weight and height, but then he'll say something about Roach and leave his weight and height out and be like, oh, he's bringing up the smaller opponent, quote unquote. Yeah, he's the smaller opponent because he's at 130, but he's actually bigger and taller than Tank. So that's the double speak by saying he is smaller, but once you actually look the information up that he omitted, you will come to realize that Lamont Roach is actually bigger than Tank. So it's simple things like that. It's very deceptive and it's very tricky. You actually got to really kind of pinpoint it. Like I know these things because my grandmother was a psychologist. You know what I mean? So she taught me a lot of these things and what to look out for and what to pinpoint. So yeah, I'd be like, damn, that's really good.
What was the second one? That was pretty good. That was a good one, man. That's a really good one. What was the second one?
Little things like that, or how omission of information, or double speak. Like
You're just saying it was both the same. It's both the
at
same.
the same time.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's a technique they use, and that's what I was about to say.
Go ahead, 2 Cent. Like, for
That's
real.
what I was
Look,
about
I'm
to
glad
say. It's like
before you go, 2 Cent, I want you guys to hear this because I want you to hear it from people that are not me. So don't sit there and when you guys this afternoon start shitting on people, you better give 2 Cent her commercial.
2 Cent
and make sure you give Camo his commercial. Don't put that shit on me. I'm not saying this. This is another content creator, YouTube content creator, 2 Cent saying this. This is a YouTube. This is somebody that watches everybody's videos saying this. This is not me. So go ahead, man. I'll let y'all cook on that for a second.
No, and I was just about to say, like I'm not taking no shots at nobody. You entitled to your own opinion, and that's my motto. But I can point out, or at least what I think is going on, and that's what I was about to say. It's almost like you got to be smart to say something that dumb, if that makes sense.
Facts.
You get what I'm saying? Because how could you even sit there and make that up and mix it with the truth and dub it under with a lie, and then you double speak? It's kind of like on some political stuff, how political people do that. They talking about one thing, but you think they mean in something different. So it's being taken a different way. And now you're out here championing something that's not even in your best interest. So I just think it's weird. And I mean, I guess a lot of people aren't hip to this. It's almost kind of like a scammer, how people get scammed. Like they like to play on your emotions. They like to make you feel a certain way. They're going to play on what you think and things like that. And they do a lot of that. And another thing that I noticed that Bill does is he never answers a question directly. Never. He never answers a question directly. And I'm like,
oh, he does with me.
He didn't answer y'all question, guys. Like,
I was about to say, no, Bill answers direct questions with me. Because I'm going to ask that same direct question about 15 times. I'm going to get an answer. They don't want an answer.
Stay on the point.
You know what I'm saying? They don't want it. If he don't answer that question, I'll let you go back. If they don't answer that question, that's because they ain't trying to get him to answer that question. If you want an answer, you ask that question 3-4 times till you get it. And he's got to flat tell you, I'm not answering that. That's why, bro, I thought for sure he'd be on the live by now. I thought for sure Bill would be on the live by now. But go ahead, 2 Cent.
Yeah, and even when you're debating with people or going back and forth with people, and I've noticed this since I've been, doing my channel and debating and talking to people, they don't like to answer questions directly. It's like, men don't answer questions directly. Like, dude, answer the question. I don't understand why you can't. If I say, what color is the sky? Well, see, on Wednesday, when like, what color is the sky? Just
Nah, they're gonna. You know what? She'll ask me the question. Ask me the question. What color is the sky?
What color is the sky?
Well, really, I mean, what color do you think it is, and why isn't it green? Go ahead. I answered it. That's what Bill does.
It's a regular question that you can answer.
Look, this nigga,
No, for real. Listen to what I just did to you. Ask me the question.
Hacker be like, because like what if you have some sort of a colorblind thing? What if you have Triton?
No, I'm telling you, bro. The dude literally he actually. I'll let y'all know what it is, but everybody does this. These are common techniques as you can see. These are just common techniques.
I don't trust people that don't answer questions directly. I'm not taking a shot. I'm just saying, like, if I ask you a question and you can't answer me directly, that lets me know right there I need to be on alert and pay attention. It's just one of those flags that takes for me, especially when we're talking about business or contracts or things that's cut and dry, black and white. You should be able to answer a question directly.
Yeah, well, T. Orlando makes a lot of sense because he's a professional question asker. Lawyers are professional question askers. So he said, learn how to ask better questions. So yeah, like me, my question, Bill Haney, is why did you agree to net profit? I'm telling you, if he came on today, no matter what we had talked about, I was going to say, why did you agree to net profit? And you have to say, and that is the question. You can't get off that. I'm saying you agreed to it, and why did you agree to it? He'll not be because he will probably not have an explanation for it, which tells me he doesn't understand what it is. So I know the answer to my question. But yeah, it's a lot of bullshit. Let me know y'all wrap it.
I know what questions to ask. He say learn how to ask better questions. No. I know how to ask questions. I know how to communicate.
Yes, ma'am.
But yeah, so that's just what's going on. And it seems like simultaneously this movement has started within the boxing community. Nobody got together, nobody created no group. We just started seeing, for me, I just started seeing like it just needs to be some common sense about boxing. Everybody entitled to their own opinion, but sometimes you just gotta base your opinion off facts and the information that you do know, because honestly, we're all speculating. We're not behind the scenes. We're not sitting at the table with these people. So it's really no right or wrong answer in my opinion, but there is just straight hyperbole, and then there's just common sense and deductive reasoning that you can use from the information that you do know to make an informed opinion. And that's all I'm just trying to say.
Yes, ma'am. Well, you have a wonderful day, 2 Cent. I'm at about 4 hours, so I'm gonna get off. Make sure y'all go subscribe to 2 Cent.
I appreciate it.
All right, 2 Cent. You got anything else, Camo?
Nah, she kind of hit it right up on the head, man. It's like you gotta use deductive reason. Like that's the biggest fact. Look, Batman, that's my dude, and that's Batman the Greatest Detective. You know what I mean? So that's his thing. You feel me? Deductive reasoning. So that's what you have to use in order to decipher through what's really going on. And in my personal opinion, I know it might not be the case necessarily.
No, I think you're about right. But you got to see good information.
Yeah, it does seem like there is a movement, a conspiracy, if you may, about my dude, man. My dude, they got him messed up. Like personally, I don't know what your opinion on it is in terms of this, but if I was Tank this first press conference, I wouldn't even make it about the fight. I'm coming on that motherfucker like Cat Williams did on Club Shay Shay. I'm coming at everybody's neck. Fuck y'all for writing this. Fuck y'all for saying this. Woo woo woo. It's gonna sound like, I know Tupac got his ass beat up by Mike, but it's gonna sound like when he started that song off, that's why I fucked your bitch, you fat mother. Hey, honey. That's how the press conference gonna go, because y'all got me fucked up by saying this, that, the third, and the fourth. When it wasn't true. It was all cap. Tank just said everything's still a go on Twitter.
Everything's still a go. So now we know, and now everybody that lied got to explain why.
I mean, BFTB, he commented with laughing emojis. I don't know what he said about the situation over the last couple of days, but he responded, with some laughing emojis. So maybe
I don't know.
Longer. I don't know what the case is.
Laughing like it's not, like it isn't happening. I don't know, man. I'm not tripping. I didn't see that. I just want this shit to end, man. No joke. I got a problem with everybody. T. Orlando, Devin Haney. T. Orlando, you're a goddamn litigator, bro. Bill Haney and Devin Haney filed a complaint, and in the complaint, in the addendum, they included the language of the amendment to their contract agreement, and in it, it said net profit. It has a signature on it of Devin Haney. So I have an agreement signed by Devin Haney and Oscar De La Hoya. Okay, their names are both on it. So the answer is, who agreed to net profit? Devin did, because Devin signed it, and it's only in the complaint he filed. T. Orlando. T. Orlando's out here throwing me. No, T. Orlando's throwing me alley-oops is what he's doing. All right, Cano, get back, man. Still look like my son, bro. This shit is still wilding me out. No, I'm for real, man. You're a little older than my son, but light-skinned kid with curls, you know, all that shit.
Yeah.
But anyway, hey, let me let you go, bro. I got to go catch. Oh, actually, cook for a second. Can you cook for a second?
Yeah. What you need me to cook? Oh, my bad. Damn.
No, let me let you go because my wife broke out, so I want to say goodbye to my wife. So let me head out.
All right,
y'all. Peace. Yeah, MMA Prodigy does look like my son. My son is a light-skinned dude, bro. My son's light-skinned with long hair and long curly hair. So yes, light-skinned dudes with square faces and long curly hair. Yeah, they remind me of my son. You know? He does. He's a little bit lighter than me. He's probably about the same color as my son. And I miss my son very much, just so you know. I remember, yes, I do remember that. Let me get these super chats. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Yeah, that's funny. My wife said, why you do that? You do too much. He's going to get some sugar. Yeah, I went to go get my sugar. Heck yeah. Look, bro, I'm going to get off the phone on this. I'm going to get off the live stream on this. I married a dime piece maybe 30 years ago. And the one thing that I know I did is that's what I married. So every time I see her, I give her a kiss. I hug her because she looks good to me. Hell no, simping ain't easy. Hell no, simping ain't easy. Nah, it's my wife. Look, I'm just paranoid because you never know. Basically, there was a loved one that was in a car accident one time. And the loved one survived the car accident. So ever since the loved one survived the car accident, but I had to go see that person in the hospital, I've always really known that there's just one. You never know when the last time you're going to see somebody is. So, you know, make sure that you tell them you love them before they leave. So when my son and I get off the phone, I tell my son I love him. My son tells me I love him because we both know that, man, you know, there's a chance that could be the last time we speak. And we want to make sure we leave with love. You know what I'm saying? You want to make sure that the person that you see knows that you think about them when they leave your presence. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you should do, because then you never have that. So if something happens, you'll never have the regret of not telling them how much you cared about them. You know? I leave with hate. T. Orlando said I leave with hate. Exactly. It's not promise, man. So when I see my guy Nevin, it's like, it's love, man. It's love. You know? The return of the Sandboy body snatcher, Bernie Bully. What? Yeah, let's get it. Anyway, y'all go listen to somebody else. I made everybody mad today, so I'm good. And with that, I'm out. Deuces. Y'all have a wonderful, wonderful day. Peace.